Good evening, Who Dat Nation, and happy draft day, Bayou Blitz family. Thank you all for joining us. Those of you that are joining us right at the top of the show, you're warriors. I want to see how long you stick with us. But thank you for tuning in to the fifth annual Bayou Blitz Draft-A-THON. And we call it that because myself, Bob Rose, him, Brendan Boylan, we will be with you through every single pick of the first round tonight, through every single pick of rounds 2 and 3 on Friday, and pretty much with the occasional bathroom break or snack break sprinkled in, pretty much through every single pick of day three on Saturday. That's not just every single Saints pick, ladies and gentlemen. That's every single pick throughout the NFL. Analysis, projections, predictions, patting each other on the back for our mock drafts going right, or making fun of each other for our mock drafts for going wrong. And I hope you're going to be here with us for it all. I am Bob Rose. I am one of your co-hosts to your 2025 Bayou Blitz Draft-A-THON. Joining me on the other side of the screen is the younger and more likely not to collapse before the end of the Draft-A-THON, Mr. Brendan Boylan. How's your energy level, Brendan?
Right now it's good, and I wouldn't put money on what you just said, because remember, I travel like really early Saturday and then have to drive back. So some of the draft-a-thon's going to be on the road. So some of my Northeast might come out. I might be cursing out some drivers on the road in the middle of the draft-a-thon. I might make it go PG-13 opposed to the usual Bob Rose making it go PG-13, but we'll get there when we get there. Man, before we get started, 5 years is incredible that we've been doing this together. So happy 5th anniversary to the Draft-A-Thon, at least for just Bob and I doing it, the two of us. Second, I haven't had a live show that I've been able to say this yet, but you guys heard the intro music. 17-time champ, John Cena. So congrats to John and to all of Cena Nation, because that, even though it wasn't the greatest WrestleMania, to be able to see it happen is pretty cool. Just in general, to see a record like that get broken is pretty cool. And then finally, just throw some good vibes out to everybody, just because the world's been crazy. It's going to continue to be crazy. Draft night is hopefully a night that we can, kind of put some of our personal life stuff in the past. But for all those people that don't feel seen, don't feel heard, and are just living through these crazy times, we see you, we hear you. Bob and I love you. We're super glad that you're here, and we can't wait to kick this thing off. This is the first time, what was the number? Of course, it's blanking on me when it's important. First time in a while the Saints have drafted top 10.
Yeah.
I want to say at least 7 years. That's the number that's coming into my brain, but it could be longer than that. And then on top of that, you have a chance that the Saints could do something they haven't done in 50 years here on day 1 or day 2 and draft a quarterback in the first 2 rounds. There's a lot of exciting stuff. I put out 6 articles today. When's the last time I've done that?
That's Bob-like, my friend.
That is Bob-like. I'm hanging out with you too much.
I'm lagging behind. I only published 4 today. No wonder they don't pay me.
Some of those don't count, Bob. It was literally just, hey, watch our show. But
oh, no. If you count those ones, then I'm up to 6.
Okay.
Just publishings of my own. They're 4. You gave me credit on 2 of them today. When it was our show, our taping, but you're actually the one that put together the article and published it. So I count. And I'll take credit for the for the 2.5 cents that we get on it.
Look, it's you get to be the kid that did very little on the group project and still got an A+, at least for those articles. So just take it, all right? You still got the grade. Jerry, thanks for hanging out with us. Sonny, thanks for hanging out. You said you were going to be here. I had no doubt you were going to be here, Sonny, but you're already in this early. You guys are the warriors that are joining us about 20 minutes before the draft opens. Now, some of you have been awesome, loyal, and been checking out all of our stuff on YouTube since we created the Bayou Blitz podcast YouTube page. So if you haven't already, go subscribe. It's at Bayou Blitz Pod. Super simple and easy for everybody to remember. But Bob and I gave some final predictions. That video got posted this morning. We recorded it yesterday, last night. and we posted those final predictions. Bob, have your predictions changed at all?
No.
A little bit with some of the news and rumblings. I guess we should start there.
No, and you're definitely going to have last minute news and rumblings, smoke screens. With some of those, there might be some fire. We shall see. I still believe that the Saints go quarterback sometime in the first round. Now I tabbed that to be Mississippi's Jackson Dart in my mock draft with the 9th overall pick, mainly because I don't project trades in my mock drafts. I mention them as a possibility, as I did this morning's. But I get too crazy, when I go to project trades. I still believe that the Saints address quarterback, and I believe that it'll be in the first round. My hunch is Jackson Dart, but I could see it being any one of 3 signal callers tonight. But I mean, remember, folks, I'm wearing one of my Saints Legends T-shirts tonight, and it happens to have Saints greats. Deuce McAllister, Pat Swilling, Archie Manning, Morton Anderson, Willie Roaf, Drew Brees, of course, Marcus Colston, Ricky Jackson, Sam Mills, Joe Horn. I put together, since I need to be on my couch for the next 3 days, I put together a different kind of backdrop with some Bayou Blitz merchandise there and some autographed pictures of Delvin Breaux, Tyrone Hughes, Michael Lewis, Courtney Roby, Pierre Thomas. Now, I mentioned those guys for this reason. We're talking, there's 15 players that I mentioned, some of the greats in Saints history, a couple of NFL Hall of Famers, a few more Saints Hall of Famers. So, I mean, truly greats in this franchise history. 15 players. Of those 15 players, only 4 were drafted by the New Orleans Saints at all. And only 3 of them, Deuce McAllister, Archie Manning, Willie Roaf were first round draft choices. Only 5, if you'll excuse me, were drafted at all by the Saints other than that. Pat Swilling, Morton Anderson, Marcus Colston, Ricky Jackson, Tyrone Hughes. Several of these guys weren't even drafted. So, my point is, don't lose your shit if your guy doesn't get selected by your team in the first round. The NFL has unearthed gems from all kinds of rounds in this draft. Undrafted guys, several of the guys behind me weren't drafted at all, and went on to have terrific careers with the New Orleans Saints. So, just remember, and I've said this to several people who would criticize or have different comments, snide or otherwise, on some of our draft profile pieces. There is more than one round to the NFL draft. Your team can still find players. And remember, at the end of the day, too, these are young men, who are about to fulfill a dream that they have had since they were my son's age, and he's 7. No personal attacks, will be tolerated on our show. You guys are good, so I'm not necessarily addressing you guys, but we won't tolerate, nor will we do it ourselves, any personal attacks on a young man's character. Again, these are really almost kids about to fulfill a dream.
Well said. I'm glad you mentioned how many of those guys were not drafted by the Saints or just drafted at all. Out of those guys you mentioned, obviously Sean Payton during his tenure in New Orleans had quite the history of finding either late round gems, undrafted guys, or my personal favorite, guys that were cut from preseason squads from other teams that came in and were effective in New Orleans, right?
Mm-hmm.
Lance Moore being one of those guys.
Okay. More Taysom Hill being one of those guys. I mean, you could probably sit here and name a couple right off the top of your head without digging through too much of the dusty old files back there. But nonetheless, there have been a handful. So well said. Bob, I think tonight, I feel like there's a little bit more pressure tonight than there has been in a while on this front office to get it right. Now, to your point,
you really don't know if you're going to get it right until 3-5 years from now, right? There's plenty of teams that have won the NFL draft, quote unquote, and realize that their class was in the league, or only one of their top 3 or 4 picks ended up really working out. But I do think there's an immense amount of pressure on this front office to get it right for a couple of reasons. One, new head coach, new beginnings. We've kind of joked about it here on the show over the offseason of the idea of showing the ghost of Sean Payton the door. And it looks like the front office, at least through the coaching staff, has done that for the most part, right? So there's some pressure there. Pressure with a first-year head coach. Pressure because your last hire in your last few drafts, they got it wrong. And the fact this team hasn't been in the playoffs in a handful of years now. A lot of people are going to point to the quarterback, some of the news with Derek Carr that's came out, even some news that came out today regarding Derek Carr and how they're still trying to figure out what the best course of action is, blah, blah, blah.
That man needs to leave us alone for a week. Derek Carr does. Let us just do our Bayou Blitz Draft-A-Thon without any Derek Carr news or Derek Carr idiocy. Let us just talk about something. Derek Carr, leave us alone.
The one who shall not be named for the rest of today. I'm just kidding, because if they end up taking a quarterback in the first round, we're going to have to talk about it. But there's that pressure. There's the pressure of, I kind of already mentioned, new coaching staff, new defensive scheme, new this, new that, in an NFC South that is going to be wide open, at least on paper, again, this upcoming year. There's a lot of pressure to go ahead and get it right. So Bob kind of got on his soapbox and spilled out. So here's mine to kind of spill it out. The worst thing this team could do this year in this draft is sacrifice assets to move up in the draft to get somebody. Now, let me clarify. If you're trading back into the first round to get your guy, I probably feel a little bit different. But if you move up from 9 to get a guy, or if you trade back into the first round and you pull a Ricky Williams and you trade the remainder of your draft, or you trade a lot of your draft, you're doing yourself a disservice. Mm-hmm. This isn't going to be a quick rebuild, folks. This is not a team that is a quarterback away, a defensive end away for being a team that competes. No. I do, however, believe that this is a team that is a couple pieces away from finding themselves being in a spot where they can compete for the playoffs again.
Yeah.
Because they weren't that far away the last handful of years anyway. And when I say competing for the playoffs and guys that would fill out a roster to do so, we're not talking about superstars. We're not talking about Pro Bowlers. Like, you're just talking about core guys, right, that are going to complement each other to play good football and maybe by the grace of God go like 10-7. That's what I think this team is capable of. But you're going to have to do right with your first round picks, your second round pick, and a pair of thirds, right? Those first 4 picks in the first 2 days have to be calculated picks. Mm-hmm. They have to address areas of immediate and long-term need. And this is not a team that is good enough to draft for need.
No.
This is a team that needs to take best player available, with the exception of if you fell in love with a quarterback, which we'll find out pretty quick. Bob, that's my soapbox for tonight and tomorrow, that this team needs a strong draft where they bring in a handful of players and not sacrificing assets to chase somebody.
Yeah. Yeah, listen, and I couldn't agree more. And while I don't have a problem going to get a quarterback if you're Kellen Moore, and in fact, I completely support that. I believe that a head coach has the right to have their hand-picked quarterback because, after all, it is their job security. So I don't have a problem with that. But as far as what you said about trading up or burning additional assets just to get one player, I think that's foolhardy because the Saints came into this offseason also needing safety, cornerback, linebacker depth, at least one pass rusher, a big-bodied run stopper, defensive tackle type player in the center, offensive line, big-bodied pass catcher, whether a tight end or wide receiver, running back depth. That's a lot of needs. In fact, that's pretty much every single position in some way, shape, or form. And the only needs that they slightly reduced in free agency was safety by signing Justin Reed and possible run stuffer by trading for Devon Godshaw. So that's a lot of other needs. And I personally, and I've done a lot of scouting of different positions in this draft, I personally feel that the meat of this draft is going to be between late in round 1 and say early in round 4. And in that range, the Saints have, as you mentioned, not just a second round pick and 2/3, but they have 2 fourth-round picks too. So in addition to the 9th overall choice, that's a great opportunity to pick up some talent. So, to all of you that are saying, don't draft this quarterback, don't draft that quarterback at 9. I've made my Russian roulette comparisons for weeks now, and I'm sure I'll make a couple more of them tonight. But again, if they don't get the player that you want to be GMs and self-proclaimed draft experts, they don't get the player that you want at 9, they still have a lot of opportunity to pick up talent at different areas of need.
Well, Bob, let's stop talking about the Saints for a second. 8 minutes until the draft officially opens. But we have some recent rumblings, and the rumblings are that there have been a lot of talk, and talks are continuing between the Jacksonville Jaguars and the Cleveland Browns in swapping first-round picks. There was a lot of media bringing to Twitter and other media outlets today that a lot of teams expected Jacksonville to make a splash tonight. Well, moving up to 2 could certainly do that. Jacksonville's a team with a lot of needs, although they just paid Trevor Lawrence a whole lot of money. And as much as I like Trevor Lawrence, the college player, Trevor Lawrence hasn't really shown much at the pro level. So they're invested heavily into Trevor Lawrence. Do you think trading up to 2 could get him a weapon in Travis Hunter? Or what do you foresee the move potentially being if it is Jacksonville and Cleveland swapping?
Well, and I mean, Abdul Carter is heads and shoulders the best pass rusher on this board. I mean, does Jacksonville help their offense by going best defensive player here? I don't know. Or do they get Trevor Lawrence, a big-time receiver, and Tet McMillan, maybe an offensive lineman, and Armand Membu or Will Campbell? Hell, maybe a running back. Genty to go along with Travis Etienne, who I've been hearing is on the trade block. Genty would give them an awfully productive back in that backfield. So, I think there's any number of directions that Jacksonville could go if they do indeed pull off that trade. You mentioned Travis Hunter, too. Depends what you view Travis Hunter at. I personally think he's going to make a better wide receiver than a cornerback. Our own Tyrone Hughes, Hall of Famer in his own right, said that that Hunter, he would play Hunter on both sides of the ball, but he would limit his packages defensively. I think ultimately that's the wise thing to do with Hunter because you want to maximize his abilities, yes, but you want to get the most out of his talent too, at one position or the other. I have a hard time seeing Jacksonville move up to 2 for Travis Hunter, though.
I think Jacksonville what makes the most sense for them is getting best player available at 2. And you kind of already alluded to Abdul Carter is head and shoulders better than any other defensive prospect on the board. I think that makes the most sense for Jacksonville, but I would be really concerned if they gave up the house to move up just to make that happen. Because they're not in a bad spot now to select a player and get better. They have a high second-round pick as well. I do find it interesting because it wasn't that long ago where after they, drafted Trevor Lawrence, they had some pieces that were looking at Jacksonville and were like, hey, this is a team that's like a year or 2 away. But opposed to making a step forward, I think they've taken 2 steps back and we're looking at it and we're like, oh, it's just the same old Jags. So ultimately, it'll be really interesting to see what happens. And if it's not Jacksonville and the trade ends up going elsewhere, that'll be really interesting as well. Kyle says Jackson Dart no matter what. Kyle, thanks for joining. Anna pops in. Anna, you're like 20 minutes late. You're usually on top of this. I'm just kidding. She says, let's go best available. Hello to the both of us. Hey, we're 4 minutes out. We're 4 minutes out from figuring out what a lot of us knew, and that's Cam Ward probably going number 1. Bob, there are some reports today. I want to go back to quarterback. It'll be something we talk about a whole lot throughout the show. But I want to go to Shedeur Sanders. We talked a little bit about Jackson Dart. Remember about 2 weeks ago, the Saints were the betting odds favorites to draft Shedeur Sanders. There was reports today from some reporters that claim don't be surprised if Shedeur doesn't go in the first round or finds himself going very late in the first round. How do you explain a drop like that? And again, we'll talk about Tyrone again because we just had him on. Tyrone spoke so highly of Shedeur Sanders. Why does there seem to be such a stark contrast in people's opinions on what Shedeur could be at the pro level? That's also cigarette number 1 of the draft-a-thon.
Yeah, and I'm going to keep track. I think I have a feeling, and we're starting to hear some mumblings about this, that Shedeur didn't interview well. Even some rumors that he's coming across as entitled, indifferent to whether a coach or a particular team likes him. And even if that just happens with one team, word gets around quickly. And then all of a sudden you have a tsunami of bad rumors. Now, can I confirm any of that? Has any of that been confirmed? The answer is no. But that's some of the things that you're hearing. As a player on the field, some critics of Sanders say that he holds on to the ball too long. I will completely agree with that. And that he's maybe not the athlete that he should be. I don't buy into that. Is he the type of athlete that Lamar Jackson, Jalen Milroe, Jaden Daniels is, even Patrick Mahomes? No. But it's not like Shedeur Sanders is a statue in the pocket or anything like that. And oh, by the way, even if he was, we've seen a whole lot of immobile quarterbacks have a whole lot of success in the NFL. So again, I'm not buying into that. While Shedeur doesn't have the strongest arm in the world, he can make all the NFL throws. He's extremely accurate. He anticipates well. Now, my own personal scouting report, the negatives, I've called him robotic. Almost like programmed, to make certain reads at certain times, and doesn't have a whole lot of ability to create on his own. But again, I see the accuracy. I see the ability to go through progression 1, progression 2, progression 3, in a very antiquated system. And a lot of NFL systems are exactly that way. We expect Kellen Moore's system to be exactly that way. So why is Shedeur Sanders dropping? I mean, I threw out some of the negatives. I am very interested to see what we hear, if anything. If he does drop, then you're going to hear a lot more about, he didn't interview well, he said this, he didn't say that, he didn't do this, that kind of thing, a personality thing more than on the field. And you got to wonder, too, and this is my own speculation, how many coaches especially younger coaches or coaches that might be on the hot seat, how many coaches really want to deal with the Deion Sanders soap opera that's going to come along with coaching his son? That's an awful lot. And I love Deion Sanders. I do. I think he's entertaining. I think he's a marketing genius, and I think he's one of the best cornerbacks to ever play professional football. I think he's one hell of a coach too, by the way. But there's going to be drama that comes along with coaching his son. There's no doubt about that. And if you're a Brian Daboll with the New York Giants, who's undoubtedly on the hot seat, if you're a Kellen Moore in New Orleans, you're not only a first-year coach, a first-time ever head coach. If you're in one of those two situations, are you really going to want to deal with that? That's the question that needs to be asked. Not that any of them would answer that honestly.
There was one unnamed executive or player personnel scout, something like that. They're always unnamed. Right? That's always my favorite. Nobody comes out and goes, "Oh yeah, it was absolutely this guy who said it." But one unnamed person said that their interview process with Shedeur may have been the absolute worst in his career. And you and I kind of speculated and talked about that. Like, how is this kid going to come across? And to bring up the comparison, because you brought up the Deion fiasco, the one comparison that we made, and this was 3 weeks, maybe a month ago, was to LeVar Ball in 2017 and that whole draft process.
Yeah.
So you're getting LeVar with that. What was the one thing we both agreed on was that Shedeur is just as much of a personality as his father.
He is.
Where Lonzo was not the personality of LeVar. And that may have actually helped him because people who sat down and interviewed him saw the vast contrast between the two. I feel like you get something extremely similar between Deion and Shedeur. I think that's probably going to draw some people away, but you're absolutely right. And that's why I think Pittsburgh makes a whole lot of sense for Shedeur in your own backyard, right? Your backyard, not Shedeur's backyard.
What's left of it? You see what they're doing to it.
That's right. That's they're paving. Okay, but anyway, him going to a coach like Mike Tomlin, who is super well respected, doesn't really put up with a whole lot of BS in his locker rooms.
Yep, but he's a player's coach at the same time.
Exactly. And that's a very unique blend that not a lot of people have. I think it makes a whole lot of sense for him. And it's Pittsburgh. Yes, there's going to be pressure to win. But this is a guy in Mike Tomlin that's like never had a losing season. So with all of those things, I think it makes the most sense for Shedeur than going to a team who may have a coach on a hot seat, a team that you know is going to be bad for a long time. Or even in New Orleans where you have a first-year head coach. So what is that? Pick 21 is where Pittsburgh is, and I think the line right now for Shedeur, the over-under, is 20 and a half, so right there. I think it makes the most sense.
Let me ask you this. If you were a GM or you're a coach of an NFL team, you need a quarterback, would you draft Shedeur Sanders?
Is he the best quarterback on the board?
Well, let's say you have him scouted as such, yes.
I wouldn't have a problem drafting Shedeur Sanders. No. I think that, and I've said this on record multiple times, I think he has the highest ceiling of just about anybody in this draft.
Agreed.
But with that, he also has one of the lowest floors.
Yeah, because there's going to come expectations for sure.
Right. He's not going to have it as easy as some other guys. Now, you might say, well, Brendan, that's not fair. Well, life's not fair, right? When your dad is who your dad is and the media attention these guys have got since, the incredible things they did, in kind of re-jolting HBCU football, going to Colorado and all of this, it's all been great. I commend Shedeur, I commend Deion for doing that.
Mm-hmm.
But you also have to recognize the media that comes with it and the recognition that comes with it and the expectations that come with it. So, yeah, I'd draft Shedeur if I was a team that needed a quarterback. I don't have a problem with it. But you better have a couple things lined up. One of those is a really good PR guy.
Yep.
2, you better have someone, whether it be an assistant coach, they don't really have it in football, but like a director of player personnel operations, whatever, that sits with Shedeur from the get-go and goes, these are the crazy expectations that fans are going to have. These are some of the crazy things you can expect. And of course, Dion has talked to him about some of these things. But hey, this is what it's going to look like, and these are the things you absolutely cannot do. And that's just going to be that. Now, if you think that Shedeur is going to buy into that, and then also that there's going to be a little bit of separation between Shedeur Sanders, the player, and then Dion, I don't see why not. I think it would be great for any team that gets him, because, like I said, he has such a high ceiling. It's just there is some baggage there, and there are some question marks of can he work through some of the things that you see on tape. So we will see. We have our first guest of the night making a good early appearance is our friend Alan Ulrich. Lil Wayne's on the stage. All right. Before Alan comes in, I got to get this off my chest. How are you from New Orleans and you're not a Saints fan? Come on, Wayne. I've never understood that.
Brandon, I'm from Pittsburgh, and I'm not a Steeler fan, so there's that.
It's just it's different when it's New Orleans. Like Wayne is New Orleans through and through. He's always repping the city. He's rapping about being from the city. But you're a Packers fan. I don't quite get it. I don't quite understand it. But Alan, welcome to the show. Happy draft.
Hey, thanks a lot. Thanks for having me. You guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Good deal. Yeah, I was just watching the beginning of the show and listening to you guys talking about Shedeur Sanders, and the biggest question with Shedeur is whether or not you view him as a cornerstone of your offense, or is he just a piece that you need if you think you have an offense that's ready to go? And I think that's the problem, actually, with almost every quarterback in this draft outside of Cam Ward. Do they view these quarterbacks, and I'm talking about Jackson Dart, Jalen Milroe, Tyler Shuck, and Shedeur Sanders, do you view these quarterbacks as the cornerstone of your franchise? That's a question I can't answer. I don't believe they are, but I can't answer that until you start seeing how teams view those guys.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see a Jaden Daniels just going through some, CJ Stroud, some of the guys that we have seen come through the past few years. And it's hard. I mean, Drew Brees was a second-round pick.
Right.
Tom Brady fell to the 6th. I'm not saying it's a perfect system. I'm just saying that the reason why you're seeing so few trades until the draft starts to unfold is because there's a lot of questions how these teams view these guys. I do agree with you. I do think Sanders would be a much better fit with Pittsburgh than he would with New Orleans or even Cleveland or the Jets or the Giants, just because Pittsburgh is further along. Pittsburgh can use him as a piece, and he's not someone you're going to put all the pressure on him to be the savior of the franchise or the guy who's going to turn the franchise around.
Well, the draft is officially open. Tennessee's on the clock. Let's talk about this. Some more news coming out. And Alan, before I even break the news to some of the people watching, I think what you said is super accurate. Bob and I were talking about this last night. This has been a really hard draft to mock because it's really hard to get a grasp on how teams feel about these players and where their true value lies. We were just talking about that last night. So I think you hit the nail on the head with that. The news I wanted to talk about was something that we've heard throughout the week, but Denver is making an aggressive push to get in the top 10, that coming from ESPN.
And who's the coach again for that team?
I don't know. Well,
Yeah.
see, Bob and I talked about that the other day. I said, wouldn't it be funny if the Saints and the Broncos swapped?
Oh yeah. Get 2 first rounders from him too.
Yeah.
We'll take the 20th pick in your first round in 2026, and let's go.
That'd be great. That would be great. Libby, thanks for joining us. Anna throws out once again, take the best available. Let's go. That's going to be interesting because I agree, and I'm sure the both of you do as well. Take the best available. But if you get to 9 and you have a guy like, I don't know, Mason Graham fell to 9, and you got some tackles on the board, and you got Jackson Dart on the board, and the board just falls to you to take whomever your heart desires, I think at that point it becomes a little bit more difficult of who you really get.
I'm knocking tables and people over to go run Mason Graham's name to the podium.
Oh, I agree.
Because
There's a lot of people that are thinking that way. Is if for whatever reason he does fall, which there was a handful of people that think he might.
Absolutely.
He'd be a guy that would be a difference maker day one in New Orleans, especially under that new scheme.
Absolutely. No, I mean, he's rated what, the 4th or 5th best player of this draft, and you're getting him at 9. That's a value pick. The same thing. I've seen mocks with Ashton Genty falling to 9. Anytime you have one of those elite players that fall to you at that position, you take that pick.
Yeah.
With a guy like Dart, even with a guy like Sanders, as much as it pains me to say, Tyler Warren, some of the offensive linemen like Banks, Will Johnson, the cornerback. Where do you have those players graded compared to other players in that group? That's when you start looking at, maybe I can trade down and get a similar player with a similar grade further down, but I still get extra picks. That's where that's where you start seeing how do these teams have these players graded and stacked on their boards.
Yeah.
I think everybody pretty much agrees with the top 5 or 6 players. It's after that the grades are going to swing wildly.
Yeah, and I think that's we may see more trades than what we have seen ever before. Once you get to 20, 21, 22, in the first round, because all 3 of us have talked about how there is just so much talent in this draft that is projected for day 2 or even early day 3 picks. So I'm going to be interested to see how many teams try to jockey around and pick up extra selections, by dangling, a higher pick to move back a couple spots, not just in the first round, but even early in the second round as well.
Absolutely.
Let me drop this on you guys. Well, first, Cam Ward is officially the number 1 pick. So anybody that bet that line at minus 20,000, congratulations on your 1 cent. Very, very proud of you guys.
Hey, he earned an Athlon paycheck.
Oh, well, are you keeping count of how many of those you're throwing out there too? But anyway, the second is Adam Scheffner confirming that the Saints inquired about the number 1 overall pick. How do you guys feel about that? Now, let's clear this up real quick. Let's go ahead and get this out there. Inquiring about the pick does not mean anything more than you picked up the phone, you said, "Hey,
right,
what would it take for us to move up to number 1?" And then it's like, haha, we're not doing that. And then that's all it takes, right? But
that's all it is. If you're a team looking at the probable number 1 draft choice, which in this case was pretty much consensusly Cam Ward from the onset, and you're a team like the New Orleans Saints, and hey, we need a quarterback. Let's see what they want for it. If that's all you're doing, which happens a ton, then I put no stock into it whatsoever.
Yeah, like you said, it's really just finding out what the price tag is to do it. If you consider doing it, let's see what kind of maniac price they're going to offer. They're going to tell us, and then we say, okay, there it is. Fine, thank you very much. We're hanging out.
All right, now the fun starts because there's a lot of talk about Cleveland and the number 2 pick and maybe trading out of it.
Well, there's more than just talk.
All right.
The Browns and Jaguars have agreed to a blockbuster trade to give Jacksonville the number 2 pick, while Cleveland gets the number 5 overall choice. And all it says is a massive haul for the future. And Adam Schefter is seconding that.
Yeah, I hear it right now.
All right, I'm just gonna throw it out there. I think the name would have already popped out already, but wouldn't it be something if Trevor Lawrence got traded to Cleveland? Just throwing that out there.
That would be hilarious.
Yeah.
That would be something. All right, I'm waiting for the return. That's what I want to know. That's what we all want to know, right? Like, what did they give up? Also, anybody in chat, if you have it,
I'm listening to it right now. Let me just get it pulled up here.
The number 2.
I hear my dad yelling. They gave up a lot.
Bob froze up. There's Bob. Bob's back. He froze up.
When I swipe down to catch news, I will tend to freeze up on this phone.
That's okay.
Yeah.
All right, I think I got it. I think everything's moving slow in the world.
Yeah, there's a lot going on, and I can't get updated information.
Hannah wants to know, how do you guys know before us? That's the beauty of being in this business sometimes.
Here we go. The Browns are trading number 2 overall pick, a 4th round pick, 104, a 6th round pick, 200 to the Jaguars. In exchange, the Jaguars are trading getting the number 5 overall. I'm trading number 5 overall pick, a 2nd round pick, the 36th pick, a 4th round pick, number 126, and their 2026 first round pick.
That's a lot to give up, what, 3 spots?
Yeah.
And we were talking about that before the show. I said, I wouldn't mind Jacksonville trading up to 2, but they can't sell the house to do it. Bob, they just sold the house to do it.
Yeah.
Well, they did. I mean, consider we literally just got done talking about how few players there were in this draft that at least we felt like was worth giving up multiple assets to go get.
Yeah.
Well, that means the Jaguars are going after, I would assume, I could be wrong, but I would assume it's Carter.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
That is a lot.
To give up.
Even if it's Travis Hunter, that's a lot. But I would assume they're going after Carter.
Yes.
But yeah, they sent their 2nd round picks. They have no 2nd round pick, no 4th round pick. They get a higher 4th round pick. They get 104 pick. So they swap those two. No 6th round pick, and they gave up their 1st round pick next year. So
that's a ton.
That's still a lot. You're not going to pick again to the 3rd round after this pick.
Yeah.
And like you said, no 1st round pick next year. And let's be honest, there's no guarantee that the Jags are any good next year.
Mm-mm.
No, you're looking at possibly giving up at least a top 15 pick.
Yeah.
I was going to say top 10. Like
I'm gonna push them on the outside and just say if it's as bad of a season in the league as last year, where the Saints are picking 9 despite only winning 5 games, if they win, say 7 games, they're picking within the top 15. I mean, that's a huge splash. That's a lot of players to give up, thinking you're only one player away.
Yeah.
And what was it? I'm trying to think of who the person said it, but you don't give up that much capital unless you're trading up for a quarterback, and they're not trading up for a quarterback.
No. I'll tell you what this gives Cleveland too, guys. This gives Cleveland 2 very high second-round picks. If you're looking at other teams, that could potentially grab a quarterback away from the Saints either later this evening or first thing tomorrow.
Well, there was some
it
rumors
looks
swirling
like it,
too about the potential of them
Cleveland,
grabbing Travis Hunter and Shador Sanders in the same
Yeah.
draft.
Now, the Jags grabbed Travis Hunter, so they traded all that to get Travis Hunter.
That's
sorry. Here's how I look at things, and maybe I'm just old-fashioned, but if I think that Carter is LT, Lawrence Taylor, as far as a difference maker, I can't think of a cornerback / wide receiver who has that kind of impact on a game to give up that much capital to get him. And I expect the Giants to take Carter now. They're going to be running up there to take Carter.
Yeah, they probably will. And my bold prediction on one of our taped preview, prospect previews, Alan, was that the Giants would select Shador Sanders at number 3.
Yeah.
But with that, I tell you what, with Abdul Carter sitting there now, I can make do with the Russell Winston, Jameis Wilson combination for a year if I can get a guy like Abdul Carter.
Well, see,
I can always go back.
That's why to me it made no sense from the jump. Was if you're going to spend $30 million between Russell Wilson and Jameis for the year, why would you draft a guy to sit behind the both of them?
Yeah. In the preview for the draft show on ESPN, the guy said no team has done more homework on Shador Sanders than the Giants.
Mm-hmm.
This is the same brain trust that decided to pay Daniel Jones and let Saquon Barkley walk out the door and allow that decision to get filmed. In Hard Knocks.
I think it would really shock me for them. It would shock me if Carter's sitting available at 4. And that's even before the trade. If you guys had told me, like, oh yeah, Carter would be available at 4, I'd be like, nah. And what simulation world do you live in?
Right. I ran one just before the draft tonight, just to see how it would do, and I deleted it and reran it again, and basically did the same order again. Carter was always going 2 or 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I'm not. And I'm a Penn State guy, guys, as you know. I'm not as high on Carter as some, but I will concede that he is the best edge rusher. I think he's the best edge rusher in this class. So certainly if you need to bolster your pass rush, that's the guy you got to be eyeing up if you're sitting in the top 5. And I root for Travis Hunter as a player. He's a fun kid to watch, but I don't know. You look at him as a wide receiver purely. Is he in anybody's top 3 wide receivers? Nah. You look at the cornerback class. Look at him as a cornerback solely. Is he a top 3 cornerback? No. He's going this high because of the notoriety of being a Heisman Trophy winner and a 2-way player. Now, I think he could be a very good wide receiver. I think he could in the right system. I think he could be a good, serviceable starting cornerback. But in this day and age of the NFL, you cannot be a full-time 2-way player because you're not going to end up being a standout at either spot, because how in the hell, there's not enough hours in the day to do the proper film work, at both positions, to do the proper, field position work at both positions. Travis Hunter could be a very good player for someone, but they better, for the Jags in this case, they better sure as hell know how to use them though.
Tommy McDonald was the last two-way player, and that was in the 60s. Offenses and defenses have become a lot more complicated since then. Tommy McDonald was also the last guy to not wear a face mask too.
Yeah.
And I take that back. I think Concrete Charlie, but cannot think of his last name. He had all the messed up fingers. Knocked Frank Gifford out for an entire year with a big hit.
No, but Narek.
He played Big Narek. Thank you. He was a center / middle linebacker. So I mean, you can't do that. I mean, it's just not enough time, and like you said, not enough time in the day, not enough time to really work with the chemistry of your teammates. You've got too many coverages to learn, too many things to do. The route concepts are so complicated now. You can be a gimmick player, like Taysom Hill, but not full time.
And even going back to personally, I think Travis Hunter is a better receiver than he is a cornerback. But Deion Sanders is really outside of Taysom Hill, who really hasn't played defense, just every position imaginable on offense. But Deion Sanders was really the last player who tinkered around, with two-way snaps. And everybody knows what he was how good he was as a cornerback. But like you said, Alan, he was just really a gimmick player for the Cowboys as a wide receiver. Some slot end arounds, very limited route tree. That's really the best that you can hope for out of Travis Hunter. You dedicate him to one side of the ball, and you just have a specific package. And not a specific package week in and week out according to the opponent. I mean, one specific package that you use him for generally, that you work in during preseason, and that's what you use him for during the season.
Jeff Duncan asked if Mike Decker was coaching the Jaguars.
Well, remember a couple weeks ago, Bob, I kind of brought up, in my mind, the last guy that we had a conversation about.
Sorry to interrupt you. The Giants, no surprise to any of the three of us, Abdul Carter.
Yeah, I just saw it.
I'm just kidding.
So now the Shedeur slide begins. Let's see if he gets past. If he gets past the Raiders, which I think he will, and the Jets, that leaves him squarely at number 9 with the Saints. Gets past the Saints, he likely falls all the way to the Steelers at 21 unless Cleveland uses some of that capital he just picked up to get back into the first.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's barring a Steelers trade up too.
Yeah.
Because I mean, the Browns still conceivably could take him at 5.
That's true.
I don't see it happening. Not like that.
The Patriots aren't going to take him.
No.
The Raiders being the Raiders, Alan, I do not discount the Raiders taking Shedeur Sanders. Name value, you need to make a splash in Las Vegas. Yeah, I know they got Geno Smith, but that's like having Derek Carr. That's not a long-term answer. And you have a mid-tier quarterback at best in Geno. If I'm the Raiders, I go Genty at 6 if he's on the board. But yeah, again, I'm not the Raiders. I'm smarter. So
because that's the two players I'm watching, Mason Graham and I'm watching Genty, to see where they fall. I want the Raiders to do something stupid.
Yeah, I love when the Raiders Raider.
Oh yeah.
Now, the Patriots here, we could see our first offensive lineman.
Absolutely, you will.
If you don't, this is where you could see Mason Graham is such a Bill Belichick, Mike Vrabel type of pick too, though.
Where do you think Ted McMillan goes?
That's a good question.
I think if he falls there, I think Tech goes 8 to the Panthers.
Yeah.
I've seen him fall a lot in a lot of people's mocks.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably more likely with how I think the top 10 is going to shake out. I think it's more likely that he ends up falling somewhere into the teens. The other thing to monitor too is, and Bob kind of already hinted at it, teams looking to trade up. Like, I don't think that this is going to be a quiet first round. I also saw this this is like the first round since I want to say 67 that every team retained their own first going into the night. It hadn't been like traded away or something, which is insane. So there's a lot of people with capital to trade and to move, and so I think we see a lot of it. You guys in the chat, if you have anything for us, please drop it.
And for those of you that are sitting in on our draft-a-thon for the first time, we do tend to bury the lead, and we'll often announce the picks before that they are officially announced, on your television or radio. So if you don't mind us playing spoiler, we will do exactly that.
Yeah, I've got Twitter going full time here.
I don't mean to be the young guy here, but who the hell's listening to the draft on the radio?
Hey, people do it, Brendan.
Come on, man. In 2025?
Oh, 2025, I hope to Christ that they're tuning into us if they aren't watching it on TV.
That's what I'm saying. Who's going over and turning the dial in their living room?
Shut up, Brendan.
I'm not going to give away my age with this, but I do remember watching the draft when there were no players coming out on stage.
Yep.
It was all just talking heads sitting around a table, and every so often they cut to Pete Rozelle, who would read out the name.
Yep. And I love Pete Rozelle, too, because whenever it was going to be a controversial pick, he always had this shit-eating grin on his face.
Oh, and he had a dramatic pause.
Yeah.
My favorite one's got to be from the 83 draft with the New York Jets. He goes with the, I don't even remember what number pick it is, but let's just say number 17. With that 17,
27, but yeah.
Yeah. The New York Jets select quarterback, and then it's just this pause. Ken O'Brien. And all the fans like, because they all thought they would get Dan Marino. It's hilarious. And that's right. He had that shit-eating grin right after he said it, too. Because he's like, yeah, Jet fans, you got screwed again.
I have the Patriots pick if you guys want it.
That goes without saying.
Okay. The Patriots are selecting LSU offensive tackle Will Campbell with the number 4 overall pick, a consensus All-American. Becomes the blindside protector for last year's first-round pick in Drake May.
It's interesting, too, because you've had so much talk that he could possibly be a guard because the magic number is 33. And Greg Rossell was saying, I can't tell looking at film if a guy's arm is 32 and a quarter inch or if it's 34 and a half inch. I can't tell. All I can tell is whether or not he has to fully extend and reach or lunge towards a defender. And the question mark behind Will Campbell was, does he have long enough arms or is he lunging? Mm-hmm. And it's going to be interesting to see how he does at left tackle for the Patriots because everything else is good. It's just the arm length.
Yeah. And the film that I watched on Campbell, I'm like Greg. I don't pay attention to the actual arm length measurements. I just watch to see if a tackle overextends or finds himself lunging. And oftentimes, actually, that's not even a question of arm length. That's foot agility and foot lower body technique. And I didn't find a whole lot of holes in Will Campbell's game, but that was one. The speed rushes around his outside shoulder gave him some problems. And set him up for inside counter moves. I'm not saying that'll necessitate a move to guard, but he's going to have he might have some bumps in the road early on, especially at left tackle when they face some of those speed rushers that the NFL has.
So because we just did this trade and I wasn't even thinking about it. I think they're in a commercial break right now, but this is when Cleveland could make the decision to pull the trigger on Shedeur Sanders or go in a different direction that totally surprises all of us. Because most of us had Shedeur or Hunter here with Cleveland. And now that it was going to leave Jacksonville with something else. With Jacksonville taking Hunter, does Cleveland still pull the trigger on that? Or do they go Genty here? Do they go offensive lineman here? The Missouri offensive tackle? Because he's not going to make it past the Raiders. I think that's where the Raiders are going to go.
Yeah, I mean, it might be. If the Raiders go there, that's a very Pete Carroll type of pick, him or Genty. The Browns have Nick Chubb, who I've always been a fan of, but Nick didn't look the same after that knee injury last year. Do they go Tyler Warren? I mean, they already have Njoku, who's a pretty productive tight end. Do they go Tet? They have a nice core of receivers, the Browns do, but not a big guy. Similar to receiving core to the Saints have, actually. Defender. If you're going to go
Mason Graham.
Yeah, could be. Mason Graham for value here. Mason Graham is the best player.
Yeah,
I agree.
But again, you keep coming back to who's going to play quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. Is it 98-year-old Joe Flacco? Is it joke of a first-round choice Kenny Pickett? Or is it Shedeur Sanders? I'm going to go Shedeur here, guys.
I'm hoping it's Shedeur.
Yeah, I know why too.
Well, yeah, aside to get the Saints out of that mix, but also, I want to watch Genty and Graham fall. I want to see how close they get to 9, because those are the guys that I'm knocking people over. Once those guys are off the board, I'm interested in trading down.
Would it surprise either of you to see Cleveland field calls for 5?
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me, no.
And just pick up more assets? That wouldn't surprise me. That would be a logical thing to do. But it is the Browns front office.
Well, and what we have been talking about hoping that the Saints would do is trade a couple spots back from 9 to pick up another day 2 pick or two. You have something?
Yes, the Browns have selected Mason Graham with the 5th overall pick.
I mean, we talked about that being the best value pick right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, best player available. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He was probably number 3 or 4 on the board, and they're taking him at 5. So Shedeur is starting his slide. I expect him to go to 9 now, and then we'll see what happens. Everyone that I've seen on the media and social media all said that the Giants and the Saints are fighting over Jackson Dart. I'm really curious to see if he goes to either team, because the Giants seem to be more in love with Shedeur, and the Saints are allegedly more in love with Tyler Shaw or Shuck. I'm gonna butcher this dude's name until he ends up somewhere.
I had when I played around, and I didn't publish it, but I played around with one or two first round mocks through the league. The Raiders at 6. I always came down to one of two players, either Genty or Shador. Because again, Mark Davis, he needs to make money, and having a Sanders.
Too.
What's that?
Needs a haircut too.
Yeah. Well, maybe he can use Deion Sanders as barber. I don't know. But getting Shador Sanders in Las Vegas, the Sanders family in Las Vegas, that makes a splash. That's going to put butts in the seats. That's going to sell jerseys. But
I'm sorry to interrupt, Bob. It's unbelievable. They had Josh Jacobs.
Yeah.
And let him walk.
Yeah.
So you're going to replace Josh Jacobs with essentially Ashton Genty if that's what they end up doing. I mean, he's a great player, and he'll be a great player for them. But I don't know. I just think they're going to waste his career. Poor bastard.
Because they're the Raiders. But again, Genty is a very Pete Carroll pick. We all know what he did with Marshawn Lynch. And Genty has a running style that reminds me a lot of Lynch. Now, Lynch was so good at blitz pickup, underrated at check down passes, basically just get him the ball. Genty is an okay receiver, but not real good at blitz pickup. I saw him whiff on a couple plays that almost got his quarterback killed against Penn State. But as a pure runner, Genty is the style of runner that Pete Carroll has always liked. Even going back to USC, we know Reggie Bush won the Heisman Trophy, but Pete Carroll, when in big situations, always handed the ball not to Bush, to Lendale White.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think the Raiders go Genty here, but I would not be shocked at all if they went Shador.
I would be surprised if they went Shador. We talked about fit for Shador and how important that's going to be for a guy like that. To make money, to put butts in the seats, great for Vegas. For the career of Shador Sanders, one of the worst places he could go.
Oh, no doubt about it. But I mean, you're talking about a Raiders organization that doesn't make football decisions. They try to make business decisions, and they have for decades now, and that's why they are always in the top 5 or 10, of the NFL draft, and basically the dregs of the league.
If Al Davis was still alive, I'd say Isaiah Bond goes here. But,
right.
Because he's only been trying to draft. He had only been trying to draft Cliff Branch again for the next 30 years after Branch retired.
How do you guys like how this is falling for the Saints?
Well, until I lost Mason Graham, I was loving it. But no, I think this is the guys are going about where I expected them to go. It's just the order's been jumbled a little bit. The biggest shock so far is how much Jacksonville gave up to move up from 5 to 2.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, why when we started to talk about the Saints making the call to see how much it would cost to get to number 1, the Saints even said, thanks, but no thanks. We're not that stupid.
Yeah, I'm with you. The players are coming off pretty much how I expected. Order's a little bit off, but the players are there. This whole time I had, and admittedly I had the Giants circled as a wild card at 3, but the draft never becomes the draft until the Raiders or the Jets select, because that's where you get your curveballs. And those are our next two picks, Raiders at 6 and Jets at 7. So I think I'll be able to answer that question, whether I like how the board is falling once those two teams are out of the way.
Adam Schefter is reporting that the Carolina's been fielding calls for the 8th overall pick.
As someone in Charlotte, I can confirm that has been all over the Charlotte media for the last week.
They've been almost desperate to unload it. So much so that if I'm one of the teams interested in moving down, moving into 8, I'm like, you're pretty desperate to unload that. I'm going to lowball you.
Guess what the Raiders did?
Genty?
Yep. They just took Genty with the 6th pick.
Yeah, again, that's Pete Carroll.
So Carolina wants to trade down from 8. Anyone that's been interested in Shador will be interested to jump to that slot. And I'm looking at Pittsburgh.
Yeah, this has Pittsburgh all over it. If Sean Payton wanted Genty, Carolina at 8 would have been a perfect spot. I don't think Sean Payton loves Ted McMillan enough to move there, or Tyler Warren enough to move there. Not saying that Sean won't trade up, but he won't trade all the way up to 8 for either one of those players. I think he might have for Genty.
The Saints tried to trade up in the draft, but let's see. I don't buy this story, but let's just look. Oh, it's just basically saying they tried to trade up to the 1st overall pick. Never mind. You're a day late, dollar short, buddy. Well, it's just one of these things that they've got a tease picture. They've got a picture of Shador, and it says Adam Schefter reveals now that Saints attempted to trade up in the NFL draft. Here are the details. But it's over Cam Ward. So,
what site was that? Was it our bullshit friends at the artist formerly known as Sports Illustrated?
No, it was actually NOLA.com.
Oh. They've been throwing out some clickbait stuff lately.
Yeah.
See what other sites I can trash over the next 3 days.
I hope you're
they're trying to get readers again. They're trying to get subscribers. So if you open the story up, it's not behind a paywall, but a lot of these stories are. But yeah, this will be interesting to see what happens. Look, so Genty's gone. So now the Jets and the Panthers. The Jets would probably take. Do you think they'll take Tet here?
I think they take Membu.
Okay. So that would mean Carolina would take Tet probably at 8.
Yeah, if they stay put, I think that Ted is a great fit for them. They don't have a bona fide number 1 receiver, and McMillan would certainly be that.
I think Jalon Carter would make a lot of sense to Carolina as well.
Yeah, you're still trying to rebuild that defense. The defense that you had all those young pieces 2 years ago, and you literally gave them away.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely right. Well, and really, they haven't had much luck at linebacker since Luke Kuechly retired.
No.
Thompson was supposed to come in and be a big piece for them. He couldn't stay healthy and never really lived up to the expectations. And you already brought up the young guys and trading, Brian Burns. And though J.C. Horn had a good year last year, he's had some health issues as well. There's so many things with that team.
Jeremy Chin, y'all let walk out. Well, they let walk out the door.
Yeah. You gave away the corner, Dante Jackson.
Action Jackson.
You know what's interesting right now? If the Jets go offensive tackle and say Carolina takes Tet, that leaves all the edge rushers at 9.
Yeah.
You know, Walker is probably the number one guy on that list.
Yeah, he is. And with my first full mock, I had Michael Williams going to the Saints. I did a 3-round mock too, like back around the combine, where I had James Pierce, the edge from Tennessee, going to the Saints. Really, I was pounding the table for an edge rusher at 9, essentially until Derek Carr came out with the shoulder news.
Yeah. Well, the last thing they revealed, they had a interview with Brandon Staley, and Staley said he believes in having a tough tough defensive line with guys who can stuff the run and guys who can come off the edge and get to the passer. And we've been talking over and over again the past couple of days about, the offensive tackle for the Saints. With the top 2 tackles off the board, to me, if you don't trade down, you've got to take the top edge, because I think the edge rushers they have listed still out there, like Walker, should be higher on your board than, say, Connolly or Banks at tackle. I mean, do you think that's a fair assessment?
Yeah, I do. As a matter of fact, depending on how much you might love the corners, Will Johnson and Jahdae Barron, you could make an argument that edge rusher would take up the top 2 or 3 spots on your overall board. With Walker, Williams, and maybe Pierce.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but the Jets did in fact take Membu with the 7th overall pick. So they did take the tackle. So now it is going to be Carolina. What does Carolina do? Do they trade down, or do they take the receiver, which I expect them to take the receiver? They need a weapon.
Well, according to FanDuel an hour ago, the Panthers were the favorites to draft Tet at plus 250, which tells me that the odds makers were not very sure on where he was going. But Carolina's the favorite. It's going to be a really interesting few minutes, though, right? Because Carolina, as Bob alluded to, desperate to get out of this spot. If there is a team that wants to move up to take an edge rusher, as you've already mentioned, Alan, if there's a team that wants to move up and draft one of those quarterbacks and jump New Orleans, this is your opportunity.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll talk about the quarterbacks after Carolina picks, because
or trades
it likely is. Well, it's going to be, barring a trade, Dart, Sanders, all of them, Milrow, and Shuck, all there at 9.
Yep.
I have been adamant about not taking a quarterback at 9. I don't care if he's your guy or not. I know Bob is very logical about it. If he's your guy and you're worried about getting him again, you being able to get him, you grab him. But I keep looking at that number 40 behind you, Brendan, and I'm going, that's where my quarterback needs to go, at 40, not at 9.
And as far as grades, overall grades, and where these players should go, and who is ahead of them on the overall board, completely agree with you. But like you said, Alan, I keep using logic, and I keep coming back to, if I don't get a quarterback, I have Spencer Rattler. And I know Brendan loves Spencer Rattler. I know that there's the Rattler mob out there, ready to strike me down at a moment's notice. But the fact is, he was a 5th-round pick for a reason. A. B, you have a head coach that didn't recruit him, that didn't draft him, that probably wants his own guy. And I find it very interesting that Kellen Moore has not come out and said, yeah, I love Spencer Rattler. I can win with Spencer. He could have put that all to rest. Now, maybe he does feel that way. If the Saints don't draft a quarterback at all in the first 2 days, then clearly he does feel that way.
Yeah.
But I would much rather go into the 2025 season with Carl Granderson, Chase Young, my edge, and Kool-Aid McKinstry, Alontae Taylor as my corners than I would Spencer Rattler as my quarterback. Which again is why is Shador, Dart, Shuck, any of the quarterbacks a reach at 9? Yeah. But the quarterbacks are always a reach unless you have consensus guys like Cam Ward, Jaden Daniels last year. And there's usually one or two every year. There's only been one this year. So, again, I'm only thinking of this logically. It's not the pick I'd prefer to make, but it's the pick that I almost feel like they're forced to make.
And for what it's worth, I have nothing confirmed, but some people here in the Charlotte media are saying that Dan Morgan's phone has been ringing a lot, and the Panthers are fielding calls actively about the pick.
Here's my thing with the quarterbacks. How many people do you think, other than the Saints, have Tyler Shuck rated very highly?
It's hard to tell. It is. It's hard to tell. The scouts certainly do not.
Right. With Sanders and Dart still on the board. Okay, that's the Jets pick I'm hearing in the background. With Sanders and Dart still on the board, like we did on Tuesday night, I'm almost willing to play Russian roulette and see where those two go. Because I probably have Shuck and Dart rated about the same if I'm the Saints on my board, and leaning towards Shuck, taking him at 40, or maybe because now that Jacksonville has that pick, maybe trading with Jacksonville now at 33. Because Jacksonville's clearly not going to take a quarterback,
right?
So I'm just thinking out loud, that Mike Ditka trade just to get Hunter actually kind of benefits the Saints, and Mickey may be sitting there and going, you know what, we've got a shot now that we may not have to trade into the bottom of the first, but let's see what happens with Sanders and Dart first.
Well, and that's also assuming, and it might be correct, but that's also assuming that Kellen Moore and the staff have very similar grades on Sanders, Dart, Shuck, maybe even Jalen Milroe, who we haven't mentioned at all. If they don't have similar grades and they like Dart above all the others, or Sanders above the other, whoever above all the others, then again, you come right back to, okay, this is my guy. I can't wait. I don't want to play Russian roulette with the board. I just don't.
Well, the Panthers just made their pick. They did not trade it. Panthers selected Tet McMillan. So now the Saints on the board. All the edge rushers are there. Warren is there. And unfortunately, all the quarterbacks are there.
We know how Alan feels about this quarterback class.
Yeah. Well,
and what
I fear more is the Civil War that's going to break out.
It's going to break out no matter what.
I know, but the Saints didn't take. Look, Cam Jordan's got a glass of water with drips going into the water. Chinese water torture. He just posted. But yeah, to me, you got to take the edge rusher here. That's just me over an offensive tackle. I know it's tough.
Edge over offensive tackle, 100% for sure. Because again, I can, Talise Fuaga is definitely a player, and Trevor Penning played well enough last year. That I could at least categorize him as serviceable at that right tackle spot.
Mm-hmm.
What about
But to
trading the
me,
pick?
you got to have somebody who can rush the passer.
Yeah, exactly. And they don't, 17 combined sacks from your edge rushing position last year, 16 combined sacks from your edge rushers the year before. I mean, yeah, the league's elite rushers get that total by themselves. And I know that sacks aren't everything, but my point is Chase Young, Carl Granderson, and Cam Jordan at this stage of his career, they just aren't disruptive enough. And, that's no matter how good your secondary is in today's NFL. You only have a limited coverage window before they start throwing flags, just for the hell of it. Especially when you're facing certain teams or certain quarterbacks, you simply have to get to the quarterback. If you don't get them on the ground, disrupt their throws. So, I 100% agree here. But again, I personally would rather go into the season, with Chase Young, Carl Granderson there than I would Spencer Rattler behind center. There's enough edge rushers I like that I feel like I could get one at 40. And I know that sounds almost hypocritical given what I said about the Russian roulette at quarterbacks, but quarterback is such a key position. Edge rusher is almost a puzzle piece because I don't see a great difference between Walker, Williams, Pierce, and the next tier down. Which is I don't care for Mike Green, but I know people do. The two Texas A&M edges I hate.
Oh yeah.
But the Humanian Devil Princely from Mississippi, I like him. I like Kyle Kennard from South Carolina. There's 2 or 3 edge rushers that I know for a fact are going to be available in day 2 that I'd feel comfortable with. More so than I would at Spencer Rattler at quarterback.
How would you
Catherine
guys
Terrell
feel
just
about
asked.
trading the pick? 1, and then 2, somebody in the chat asks, what about Tyler Warren, the tight end?
Yeah.
Warren's my draft crush. I would absolutely love Warren. He elevates your offense, no question about it. But again, we're talking about 2 legitimate major needs at edge rusher and quarterback. And, you're going tight end. Is Tyler Warren that type of generational player that you just can't pass up if he's on the board? As much as I love Warren, I don't know if I'm going to go out on a limb and say that.
Yeah, he's not a Brock Bowers.
No, he's not.
No.
He's a difference maker, but not like Brock Bowers. Not even really like Jimmy Graham playing with Drew Brees. He needs help. He would need, but he does offer you a lot of things.
Mhm.
But he would need a quarterback to get him the ball.
Right.
Catherine Terrell asked, these 4 players, Jalen Walker, Tyler Warren, Will Johnson, and Kelvin Banks, all on the board. Who would you rather prefer out of that group?
Give me Will Johnson.
Interesting.
I like Walker, but he hasn't had a lot of collegiate production. Neither is Michael Williams, his Georgia teammate, who I also like. I'm not saying they can't be good. I'm not saying they aren't good. But Will Johnson is a proven product and a probable day 1 starter.
I don't know, as silly as this sounds, I don't know how much defensive back is a need over edge rusher, even though I agree with you, Bob. It's a very deep class when it comes to edge rusher. So I don't know if I'd go that route or not. I think I'd go Jalon Walker because of the promise that's there.
We're talking about all these different players, and watch the Saints take, I don't know, a guard here. Or
we just talked about that last night, that there was a year that I did 40 or 50 videos for Sports Illustrated while we were both writing for them, just to have for whoever they picked, and they ended up taking Peyton Turner that year. So naturally, I didn't have a video for Peyton Turner. So yeah, no, that wouldn't surprise me either. This is a Mickey Loomis ran team, and they've taken an offensive lineman or defensive lineman in the first round of every draft for the last, I can't tell you how many years.
Nick Underhill is reporting the Saints are picking Kelvin Banks.
Wow.
I don't know if I love that
Oh,
one.
man.
I don't
Yep.
think I love that one.
It's official. The Saints have picked Kelvin Banks, offensive
Yeah, I
tackle,
just got it too.
Texas.
Yep, and I can confirm John Hendricks, or friend John Hendricks, as well, saying it is Kelvin Banks Jr.
And thus the war begins.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't
mean-
know how I feel about that one, guys.
Well,
Immediate thoughts, Bob.
I mean, Mickey just confirmed what we already knew was going to happen the other day, and that they weren't going to pick up Trevor Penning's fifth-year option. Now, I conceded that a couple years back, for back-to-back years, they didn't. No, Eric McCoy wasn't a first-round pick, but they didn't pick up Cesar Ruiz's fifth-year option either. Cesar had that one good season, and of course, it was in a contract year, and they extended him during the season. I acknowledge that the same thing could happen to Trevor Penning if he had another year like he did last year. I think it's safe to say that that's not going to happen now. But what this could do is all of a sudden leave Penning out there for potential trade. Now, let's not fool ourselves. We're not talking, you're not even going to get a day 2 draft pick back for Penning. But maybe you get a fourth, something like that for an offensive, line needy team. I know everybody wants to move Trevor Penning to guard. This isn't Madden, folks. You just don't do that. It's possible. But I mean, the kid's already learned two positions, in the last 3 years. Finally found a home at right tackle, and now you're talking about moving him again. I think this Kelvin Banks pick.
He can play guard.
Calvin?
No,
Based off of size and measurables, like I could see him be a guy that bumps inside as well. Struggling.
I think they'll move him to left tackle, put Fuaga at right tackle, make Penning the third tackle for now. Depending on what they do at left guard, if they draft a left guard, say Tate Ratledge in the third, or someone like that, a guard, a true guard. But I mean, Mickey, I'm sorry to interrupt the way I did, but Mickey basically said, I want to get a guy that we can put in a spot and say, okay, we don't have to worry about that position anymore for the next 10 years.
I mean, I get that. I get that philosophy. I do. But that you were supposed to have done that last year with Fuaga and the 2 years previous to that, depending. I don't mind Banks as a player. I admittedly didn't do a lot of scouting on him because I didn't feel like the tackle was a first-round need for the Saints.
Me neither.
Offensive line, yes, but more the interior than tackle.
Mm-hmm.
This feels very much like the Trevor Penning situation where the Saints came into that draft. Everybody knew they needed a tackle, but the best tackles went ahead of them, and they ended up settling for Penning. Is that what they're doing here with Banks? With Will Campbell comes off the board, Membu comes off the board. So did they settle for Banks because they're desperate?
Well, I had 3 tackles. Banks was one of them.
Yeah.
But I had 3 tackles I thought the Saints were going to target. Banks, Connolly, and Oregon. And the kid from, I'm trying to find his name right now in my books, but the kid from Minnesota. Hang on. Let me get past the skill players I had dog-eared in this book.
Note on Banks. This is from our
Hersey, I think his name is the tackle from Oregon, from Minnesota. Ariante Hersey. I had those 3 guys, but that was assuming the Saints traded back and picked up some extra picks and were taking these guys in the teens. Um,
And Josh Simmons was another tackle from Ohio State that for some
Yeah.
reason was skyrocketing up the boards.
Anna asks, "Did anyone see that coming?" There was a
No.
handful of people that I was hearing from this morning that said the Saints could go offensive line, defensive line in the first
Yeah.
round. But I don't think I thought it would be at 9. I thought it would kind of be reverse of what Bob and I talked about yesterday or this morning by the time you guys watched it, where Bob and I talked about taking somebody at 9 and then trading back for your quarterback. As things kind of developed this morning, I thought it would be more likely to take the quarterback at 9 and then trade back and get another guy later. These are notes from our friend John Hendricks when it comes to Kelvin Banks, kind of echoing some of the things I was saying about the potential of him kicking inside. Stellar in run blocking, could kick inside, has good technique, quickness, and athleticism, displays good footwork and strong in space, won't get overpowered too many times. That kind of goes hand in hand with what I said in being a guy who struggled at times in pass protection. To me, based off measurables, some of the little tape I've seen on him, I think with his athleticism, he could be a hell of a guard at the NFL level. I don't know if that's the intention, but only time will tell.
Yeah, I mean, and based off of the little that I did watch of Banks, like I said, admittedly, I didn't scout him much. I did see good footwork for a big man. I did see some nice agility. Basically, everything that Trevor Penning is not athletically. So again, why would you draft a tackle that has better agility than the tackle you have and move that rookie tackle inside? I don't get that logic specifically. I acknowledge the Saints need guard help, like desperately need guard help. So maybe Banks does move inside. Maybe they feel like Penning could, be marked for an inside move. I feel more likely that this scenario is going to develop how Allen said. Banks is going to move to the left tackle spot where he played at Texas. They'll move Fuaga back to the right side where he played in college, and use Penning as a swing tackle. Well, if that's the case, then you have your 4th different left tackle in 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
Fuaga, who flashed all pro potential at left tackle, as far as I'm concerned. You're having him learn a new position. Granted, one he's familiar with in college, but not at NFL speed. So you essentially are coming into the season with 2 new unproven NFL quality tackles.
Yeah, I know that was one of the reasons why I was so opposed to kicking Penning in the guard, because I was thinking, you're moving 3 people. You're moving 3 people.
We have our first tight end off the board, but it is not Tyler Warren.
Wow.
It is Colston Loveland, Michigan, to the Bears.
That is interesting. Now, I have seen Cortland Loveland go up high, but not higher than Tyler Warren.
No.
I still.
So is that
hot take Tabers hated this pick since he heard that they were going to take a tackle. And he's like, I hate the Saints. The usual suspects are all like, I hate this pick. Tabers convinced Banks won't even get his 5th-year option picked up. Man, way to go. I mean, he's Pete 2.0. Look, they got some people pissed off they didn't take Sanders. The usual suspects again.
Right.
I mean, some people are so predictable.
Oh, yeah. Tabor's going to hate everything that they do.
Well, he wants the sexy splash pick, and I get that. I get it. I'd love to have, how exciting it is to say, okay, well, now we have a new quarterback era coming. And I'm wearing my Archie Manning jersey again. I know the draft isn't the first round isn't over yet, but I got my streak still going, 54 years and counting. Let's see if we make it to those 54 years. No quarterback taken in the first round.
I was going to say we're not out of the first round yet.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
And like I told Bob the other day, and like I told a lot of you viewers at home the other day, is a lot of you want to go to bed already. And I even think our friend John Butler tweeted out, like, oh, thank God the Saints are picking 9th because we can go to bed right after that. You're not going to want to go to bed this year. Because if the Saints are as much in the quarterback market as we have thought, that 5th-year option becomes huge, right?
Yep.
You could see the Saints trade back into the latter part of the first round to try to get their guy. But also watch for Pittsburgh. If they move up to go get a Shador or Jackson Dart or whoever that next quarterback is that is taken, that's going to kind of start your run.
Yeah.
On people getting desperate for quarterback.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Yeah, and Alan and I have said that the whole time. Whichever the first team blanks, to take a quarterback after Cam Ward, that's going to start the mini avalanche.
My down and dirty idea that who the Steelers are going to take if they take a quarterback, which I think they will. I've got Jalen Milroe going to the Steelers.
I did early.
Ahead of Dart and Sanders. And as insane as that sounds, oh, look, we got the Smoky Man again from X-Files. That or Deep Throat from All the President's Men. I know.
Well, that's why I haven't. I've been very careful not to.
Well, I just made a movie reference that very few people are going to get. But yeah, that to me, the intrigue is like you just said, Bob. Who blinks first? Who makes that move and takes that quarterback? Because I think that's when you'll see people starting to trade back in.
Mm-hmm.
I have the Niners pick real quick to cut you guys off.
Oh.
The Niners are selecting Georgia defensive end Michael Williams at number 11. He's going to join Nick Bosa in San Francisco.
Which is so funny because so many Saints fans were like, oh, he's a project. He's not ready to go. He's a typical Mickey Loomis pick. You're taking him based off of potential. And here the 49ers are taking it just 2 picks later, taking that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I even wrote about that today because he was the betting odds favorite to be selected 9th overall heading into tonight. And I wrote that he was going to be a little bit of a project. He wasn't going to be a plug-and-play guy. That the best thing that they could do, the Saints or anybody that was going to select him, and now the 49ers, is work him into your rotation through that defensive line. Make sure to put him in some NASCAR packages and allow him the time to develop some of those fine-tuned pass rushing skills because he doesn't have a go-to move as a pass rusher. He struggles when he has to counter. So the best thing you could do is give him time to develop. And you talk about a place like San Francisco, I think that's a good spot for him.
Brendan, that quote that you just had, were you reading somebody's draft profile on him?
Oh, I don't know.
I
don't know. Maybe. We also talked about it. We talked about it yesterday.
Draft profiles this off season. But no, I agree with what both of you guys said. Is that the people that were just calling him a project and leaving it at that were being short-sighted. I had Michael Williams going to the Saints in my first mock draft right at the start of free agency. And I did acknowledge the same thing, that he didn't have he wasn't a polished pass rusher, but the natural ability was there. And he's one of the better run defenders at the position in this class. Certainly better than Abdul Carter. Way better than Mike Green or some of the other undersized guys. So like you said, Brendan, I mean, look, you already have Chase Young, you have Carl Granderson, you have Cam Jordan to teach him. Michael Williams was not going. If he was a pick for the Saints, he was not going to come in and start. he was going to come in and be part of the rotational package. But the thing that this team needs is youth and disruption at that position. And, that's why I would not have had a problem if they did go Mykel Williams. It's why I think that they're going to go edge rusher sometime in day 2 if they didn't go for it in day 1. Because they need that youth. They need that athleticism. Project or not, you need something better than what you have on the edge.
Yeah, they've got Mykel Williams as a number 1 defensive end. That's Lindy's here. I'm looking at. That was their number 1 pass rusher. They've got Walker listed as, where is he? That's inside. Sorry, guys. I'm doing the old-fashioned. Let's look at the book.
I only make fun of Bob for that about twice a week. So
yeah, they got Carter as number 1. They got Walker as number 2 as their top rushers. And actually, the knock they've got on Walker is his size, 6'2", 245. They said he's not as good of a run defender as Mykel Williams.
No. And the thing about Walker is Georgia, I don't want to say Georgia used him as a tweener, but Walker played a lot of off-ball linebacker too.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't, as a result, he wasn't committed to edge rusher. He wasn't committed to off-ball linebacker. So both abilities required at the position needed refining. That was my only knock on Walker. He's a good-looking prospect. But where's he going to fit in a defense was my question on him all along.
Yeah. Here I am trying to build a true 34 defense. I'm thinking about, okay, we need a nose tackle, a big fat body nose tackle. We can try Brzee and Cam as 2-gap style defensive ends. And you put Chase Young as 1 stand-up defensive end. I just did not feel comfortable putting Carl Granderson as the other stand-up defensive end. I think Carl Granderson is a rotational 2-gap defensive lineman, not a stand-up linebacker hybrid defensive end.
Yep. Well, and that was the first thing that you and I said as soon as Brandon Staley got hired is the pieces that New Orleans has in their front 7, really none of them except I think Chase Young is going to be okay as a stand-up pass rusher. But other than that, there are no fits here. Brzee is not a nose tackle. Cam is not a stand-up rusher. He'll be fine as a 3-4 end. Granderson, rotational piece, but I don't see him as a consistent, stand-up rusher, and he's too light to be a 3-4 end. And that's not even getting into who are going to be your 4 linebackers. You only have 2 quality linebackers right now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I've got Danny Stutzman in my in every mock that I've been able to do, because I'm putting him in as one of my inside linebackers, along with oh shoot, I just lost his name too. Pete Werner.
Well, you're a Stutzman guy. I love Demetrius Knight from South Carolina. Jay Higgins from Iowa. If you're looking at day 3, Dumas Johnson from Kentucky.
Stutzman's a day 3 guy because he's looked at as a guy who is not. He's quote unquote slow.
Yeah.
So he's a sideline to sideline guy, but he's not a pass rusher and he's not a good coverage guy. But as an inside linebacker in a 34 defense, you don't really need to be a good coverage guy.
No.
You need to be able to keep these guys clean and let them blitz every so often, and he's a tackling machine. And that's what I want. I want a tackling machine. I'm looking for Vaughn Johnson. I'm looking for Sam Mills, someone who hits.
And I mean, you're talking about a defense where we knocked the lack of pass rush, but this is also a defense that finished 31st against the run and rushing average, which is it just is important to me. This run defense was abysmal, uh, and for so many reasons. Demario Davis still great, but he's slowed down, and you don't have those big-bodied guys in the middle. You don't have those outside of DeMario. You don't have those heat-seeking missiles at linebacker, like you had with Mills, like you had with Vaughn. And again, we circle back around to, was Kelvin Banks really the necessary pick in day one with all the other needs that we're listing here?
Well, John Sigler is just righted. Oh my God, I can't believe I just said that. Just wrote, a lot of smart online people have suggested Kelvin Banks could be a good tackle, but a great guard. We'll soon find out what the Saints have planned for him. So let's say for S&G, keeping it a G-rated show, but S&G, we take Kelvin Banks as a rookie and put him next to Flaga as your left guard, just as a rookie, and you keep Penning and Flaga in at the tackles, and you become incredibly left-handed as far as running the football. I don't think that's going to happen. I think they're going to really try flipping the tackles and have Banks start out there. But keep in mind, Willie Rose started on the right side.
Yeah.
Ryan
Ramczyk started on the left.
Ramczyk started on the left, and Stan Brock flipped. It seemed like every other year, left and right.
We have our first legitimate guard off the board. Tyler Booker goes to the Dallas Cowboys.
Jerry Jones. I did have that guy though going about this spot. I had Tyler Booker as somebody that the Saints traded. Say Genty was there at 9, and I did the trade with Dallas for 12, and I got their 46th pick or 47th pick, whatever the number that was. I've taken Booker here before too.
Yeah, Booker was one of my surprise picks for the Saints because again, you need guard help badly.
Absolutely.
So many needs for this team. We've kind of hit that stretch now where we all believed that we're not going to see a quarterback between now and probably 21.
Yeah.
That's kind of the magic number. For the two of you, if the Saints were to trade back into the first round, where is the ideal spot to do so?
To me, 28 to 30, 32.
The very end of the round.
Yeah. Because no one's taken another quarterback, I'm willing to risk the Steelers. The only time I would get nervous enough, I'd want to move with the Chargers, where the Chargers are 22 ahead of the Rams, is if it looks like a lot of the targets the Rams are interested in come off the board.
Yeah.
I haven't done a whole lot of research on the Rams and what the Rams like, but I do know the Rams looked at offensive linemen, looked at defensive players, but they're still interested in getting a replacement quarterback for Matt Stafford.
Yeah, they are. And the Rams are actually one of the first teams I'm calling though at 26. Because over the years, Sean McVay has been almost allergic to first round picks.
Yeah.
And maybe I offer one of my thirds and a second next year. And dangle a player. You just drafted Calvin Banks. Maybe I throw Trevor Penning in a trade. To the Rams, along with packaging a couple of mid-round mid-round picks, along with a second rounder to move up. Something like that. I'm calling the Rams. Vikings always love to trade back. They're sitting at 24.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm not concerned about jumping ahead of the Steelers now because
No.
all your quarterbacks are, that second team hasn't blinked yet.
It's funny. I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's funny, when you said the Rams aren't that interested in their first round picks, it reminds me of Bobby Beathard. Bobby Beathard was somebody who believed the best picks, no matter what the draft was, the best picks were always, those middle round picks.
Mm-hmm.
And he would just stockpile those things. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth rounders. And he built Super Bowl champions out of that and Super Bowl contending teams. I mean, even the Chargers that lost to the 49ers, a lot of those guys were late round picks.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you get it, if you are looking at the mid-20s or later in the first round, it's not going to cost you as much to move up. If you try to move up now, it's most likely going to cost you your first rounder next year. And that's not something I'd be willing to do personally.
Yeah.
And since the Saints already passed on a quarterback, that tells me that they don't feel strongly enough about any of these quarterbacks to risk another first round draft choice.
Holy shit.
Would you be disappointed if the Saints didn't grab a quarterback day 1 or day 2? Like, how disappointed would you be if it was Spencer Rattler as the projected starter? Because we don't really know what's going on with the one who shall not be named the rest of this podcast.
Right. And I can't say I'll be disappointed. I'll be disappointed my predictions didn't come true. But I mean, as I said before, perhaps Kellen Moore came into the building and said, you know what? I can win with Spencer Rattler. With what I want to do with this offense, Spencer Rattler fits what I want to do, at least initially. And if they don't draft the quarterback, that's exactly what it tells us. And that's what I kept telling people too. Don't discount Rattler. Listen, I'm not. But we'll find out how Kellen Moore feels about Rattler by the way the Saints handle this draft.
And my thing is, I don't think any of these quarterbacks are worth a first round pick. I think they're graded second round pick or worse. So if you don't take one the first day, I'm fine with that. If you don't take one the second day and you don't try and trade in on the second day, now I'm worried you're playing Russian roulette. Now I'm worried that we are going to get stuck with Spencer Rattler with no significant competition for him, because the guys they have on the street aren't going to be any upgrades. You're not going to bring in Carson Wentz or anyone like that to try and challenge Rattler. And it also makes it that much harder to part with Derek Carr, who Bob and I both have felt that he's played his last down with the Saints. The Saints want to move on from him. He wants to move on from the Saints. I just feel like if you don't take a guy in the second round, or even, as much as I hate it, trade in the bottom of the first round to go get somebody, you don't really have a good alternative, because you cannot go in with Haener and Rattler. We've already seen how that show goes. They've got to bring in somebody, and you've got to do it via the draft, even if these guys are just placeholders.
I think that's going to infuriate the fan base more than anything, though, if you do get another bridge quarterback. I do think a lot of the fan base, while they'd be upset if the Saints didn't take a quarterback day 1 or day 2 in this draft, that they would much rather see riding it out with Spencer Rattler than bringing in some vet off of the street to try to bridge it for a year or so.
Miami Dolphins, Michigan defensive tackle Kenneth Grant.
Holy crap.
Great minds, Bobo. Great minds. We're both going to say it at the same time.
That is, I love the player,
Oh yeah.
but that's a guy that I have seen in, and I don't care what mock you're doing, PFF, PFN, you know, pro football, whatever. They've almost all had him as like the 37th, 38th rated player on the team on the board. So a guy that was a high second round pick, and here he is going, what? Is this pick number 13?
Yeah. 13.
Yeah, that's
Well, I mean, we all said that between players 8 and like 60 or 65, there's not a great deal of difference, and that you could see some wild swings, on some teams' draft boards. I would put Kenneth Grant in that range because I'm like you. I love the player. I expected at the earliest he'd come off the board would be late second round or first round, excuse me. More likely midway through the second round. But I mean, he's a terrific player. I mean, he and Graham on the inside. I've never seen a defensive tackle combination, NFL or collegiate, as disruptive as those two guys. I love Kenneth Grant.
honestly, I had him going. If he was going to go in the first round and Kansas City didn't make a trade, I had him going to the Chiefs to put him next to Chris Jones. So yeah, that's a surprise. It's not a bad pick at all. It's just a surprise.
Well, like Bob kind of said, is there's so many guys here once you hit this point of the draft through really like the middle point of the second round where it's like, I don't really know where they're going to go. You want to talk about another Michigan teammate? Will Johnson was a guy that as high as New Orleans at 9, I've seen as low as the end of the first round. So there's a lot of guys in this range where it's like, what's going to happen? Where are they going to go? I don't think anything would surprise me at this point, I guess.
I am surprised right now that we're sitting here going into pick 14. Tyler Warren, Will Johnson, and Jahdae Barron are all still on the board. I mean, you're talking about 2 stud cornerbacks, and what I thought was everybody's top tight end.
Yeah. Especially with is that Bill Belichick in there with you? Remember in 2020 where Bill Belichick had his dog sitting in the seat when he was making his pick from his house?
She always tried to climb up in my lap when I'm at my desk, with the normal backdrop when I'm on shows with you guys. Now I'm on the couch with my Bayou Blitz merchandise behind me. She can get up into my lap easier.
Oh yeah. Yeah. With the success of the Raiders tight end, it is surprising Tyler Warren is still on the board.
He's not anymore. Colts just grabbed him at 14.
Yeah, I expected the Colts to draft him. Actually, that's where he kind of has been falling in every mock. He's been going to the Colts at 14.
Oh, well, here's one of those guys you just brought up, Bob. Was Tyler Warren at 14 for the Colts.
Yeah, and I mean, I really like him here. I think he's a great fit for the Colts, who really didn't have a tight end that I know of. I continue to be surprised. Not like Alan said, not necessarily that he lasted till 14, but that Colston Loveland went before him.
Yep. He's a guy I didn't expect to fall. Not that he fell that far, right? I didn't expect him to be a guy that got out of the top 10. So surprised to see him fall this far, but ends up going to a spot like you mentioned, Bob, a team that hasn't had a tight end in a while, and I don't want to put too much pressure on the kid early, but he wears number 44, and Indianapolis had a pretty darn good 44 at tight end for a very
They did. I've called Tyler Warren the poor man's Taysom Hill. because, I mean, Penn State used him as an inline tight end, lined up out wide from the slot, H-back, fullback, halfback, wildcat quarterback. That's one of the reasons why I fell in love with him. That and the fact that he's such a good route runner at the position. That I think that if he goes to a system that uses him right, he could pretty quickly become one of the league's top echelon tight ends.
Said the Colts, Field Yates wrote, the Colts have not had a tight end reach 500 receiving yards since 2018. So, there you go. That is, they're trying to get some weapons on this team. I mean, you're kind of committed to Anthony Richardson for a little while longer.
Yeah.
You've got to get him some weapons that he can throw to and get him to throw to him. But yeah, Colts have a great running game. They just don't have a very good passing game.
Right.
I'm
going to take my dogs out, but I'm going to leave the feed on, guys. I will be back hopefully in a couple of minutes.
All right.
Yeah, my Twitter's not going as fast as it used to. It must be a lot of traffic. I'm not seeing the pics as fast as I was earlier. Probably because the fighting has started among Saints fans.
Probably some of it. I think there is just a lot of traffic online this evening, but Falcons on the clock at 15. A team that could use a handful of things as well. Obviously, we're hoping deep down that they mess it up somehow.
Unfortunately, they're not going to, because this has got to be Jalen Walker, a Georgia edge rusher. Going to the Falcons here is like the Saints taking an LSU player at a position of need. Like if the Saints would have drafted Will Campbell instead of Kelvin Banks. This is just too perfect for the Falcons. This is exactly what they need. That pass rush is pathetic, even with former Saint. I'm drawing blanks on everybody's name because I'm so hooked into the draft right now. What's that?
Thinking David Onyemata?
Oh, no, not David Onyemata. I'm thinking of the linebacker.
Ellis.
Yeah, Caden Ellis. You need an upgrade from those guys because you need somebody who can play the run and rush the passer. Getting Jalen Walker would be huge for them right here. I'm hoping the Falcons do something stupid. Will Johnson would also fit here as well because AJ Terrell sucks. I hate talking up the Falcons because I love the fact they have crappy players, but
Terrell got paid big money though too.
Who's that?
AJ Terrell got paid some big money.
Yeah, I know. They think he is this stud cornerback, and I just don't see it. I really don't. He's certainly not a shutdown corner. I'm just kind of surprised Campbell from Alabama is still on the board. Although this is about where I expect him to go. I'm just looking through my some of the guys that I've got circled here at the spot. Yeah, Walker makes too much sense because he's from Georgia, but they'll probably take Mike Green here because that's how the Falcons think.
The Falcons have made some moves over the years to bring Georgia guys in, but I feel like it has never been like a first-round pick to just bring them down from Athens to Atlanta. I see Mel's big board includes Shador, Walker, Will Johnson, Hampton, the running back out of North Carolina. That doesn't really fit here. And then Josh Simmons, the tackle from Ohio State. I feel like Shador's going to be sitting a while, but I do want to talk about Hampton a little bit from the University of North Carolina. One of the most agile and fastest backs in the draft. I think he has a role, strong role in the NFL, but because of his lack of size, I don't know where a team would go ahead and make the move before pick 20 or so. Do you kind of view it the same way? I mean, he's not a small guy, but when I'm talking size, everybody wants to use the Saquon Barkley model, right? Because Saquon was a guy that, based off of that unique blend of size and speed, was able to help get the Eagles to the promised land. I don't see that type of aggressiveness out of Hampton, but I think he could be a really special player.
I'm looking at Seattle. The Chargers, maybe. Pittsburgh, if they don't go quarterback.
I think Pittsburgh's your next running back, unless the Cardinals, maybe. But I mean, Seattle has a back. Chargers brought in Najee Davenport or Najee Harris. Excuse me.
I say that all the time. I call him Najee Davenport so many times.
For the Falcons.
What's that?
Jalon Walker is the pick for the Falcons.
Yeah, I expected that. That's LSU to the Saints right there.
Yeah.
Falcon fans have been screaming about not taking Georgia players. I think they'd riot if they didn't take Walker there. Denver, maybe. Because Denver liked Genty a lot.
Yeah.
Denver could go Hampton as well.
Yeah, because I've seen Hampton mocked to the Broncos a couple of times now that you mention it.
Yeah.
He'd be a lot of fun in a Sean Payton system.
He would be. He would be. Yeah, that's pretty much the teams I see going running back like that.
Yeah, because I mean, again, the Cardinals could. Cardinals could. I don't see the Bengals doing it. Don't see the Seahags doing it. Broncos Steelers are your running back range, unless Steelers go quarterback. But the Steelers might be sitting here looking at the board the same way the Saints are and saying, you know what? We were hoping Shador Sanders or Jackson Dart or Jalen Milroe fall to us at 21, and now they're all three there. So maybe they wait.
I've been saying since I came on the air, these guys are all second-round picks, and it may be the case that the league views them the same way. The media has been trying to hype. They always overhype quarterbacks. Now, I'm going to say this, and then there's going to be a run on quarterbacks, of course. But,
right.
But they've been trying to hype these quarterbacks, and they do it every year because they want that 1983 draft class. They want that class where there's like 6 quarterbacks come off in the first round.
Yeah, they want it desperately, and more often than not, teams buy into it. And overdraft the position. And it's not that I ever disagreed with you guys in thinking that they were second round, day 2 talents, because I felt the same way. I just felt like quarterback needy teams, like the Saints, like the Steelers, like the Browns, were going to overdraft these guys yet again, because they do almost every year.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's no reason not to think that, because that happens. Especially if there's I don't know, maybe 4. If there's 6 quarterbacks that are able to be drafted, and 3 or 4 of them are actually good quality quarterbacks, people tend to panic and start drafting 6 and 7 quarterbacks because they got to grab theirs before they're all gone. If I were going to make a prediction a bit, I would almost say the Saints went for Banks over the edge rushers because they saw 2 offensive linemen come off the board already, and they felt like we were just talking about the quarterbacks. If I don't take the guy I want now, I may be looking at pick 40, one of the lesser offensive tackles. And that's kind of what happened with Penning at 19 a few years ago. And I think they felt that a little bit with Fuaga last year because so many offensive tackles came off the board in the top 10. And they may have a little PTSD when it comes to that they missed some of those guys they really wanted, and that's why they're drafting again. You can't trade up, but you're going to grab the guy you need when they're available.
Well, here's some interesting stuff on Banks. He says he talked to Kellen Moore and other Saints personnel in Indianapolis at the Combine. Some Saints personnel came out to the Pro Day, but he never officially came to New Orleans for a visit. I don't know how much stock you're going to throw into that. But never came to New Orleans on an official visit. I did not know this, but he just turned 21. Really young guy in the draft. Started over 40 games in college. But to your point of maybe feeling desperate because of offensive tackles, to take a guy that you never brought to New Orleans. I mean, I'm not smashing the pick or anything. I think that ultimately, offensive line, and they were telling us this the last couple of days in media, right? That, they're going to build from the inside out. That. I get it. But to take a guy that you never flew into New Orleans, to me, feels a little.
Yeah.
Okay.
Peyton did that with a couple picks. They didn't turn out very well. But if you hit on this pick, and Fuaga is still a real young guy, you potentially have bookend tackles for the next 10 years if you juggle your finances right.
Mm-hmm.
So, it doesn't take a real deep reach back into the memory banks to remember how good this offense was with Teron Armstead on one side and Ryan Ramczyk on the other. Hell, even Teron Armstead on one side and Zach Strief on the other. I don't mind building from the inside out. The logic behind the pick, like you said, Alan, maybe they did have a little bit of PTSD, because of the Penning experience specifically. Even the year they drafted Ruiz, there was a run on offensive line in general before they grabbed him, and Ruiz that year felt like a desperation pick.
I think I'll go to my grave thinking that they had Newsom, the cornerback, his name written on a card, ready to send that in when he got yanked right in front of him. Just like, it was serendipity for the Saints back in 2017, but they had the linebacker from Alabama written on the card, and they were on the phone with him when the 49ers took him at 31, and they had to, quote unquote, settle for Ryan Ramczyk, instead of Reuben Foster.
Reuben Foster. Oh, and how bad of a pro did Reuben Foster end up being?
Right, exactly. That was the football gods once again saving Mickey Loomis from doing something stupid. He has guys. The gods every so often look at him and go, no. We're not doing this to Saints fans. We're not going to let you get Deshaun Watson. We're not going to let you pick up Javion Clowney. We've got to stop you from doing something incredibly stupid. And that was not taking Reuben Foster was yet another example of the football guys saying, I like New Orleans way too much to do that to the fans.
All right, I want to go down a little bit of a little bit of a fun / depressing road here in talking about the future of the team. And this kind of coincides because there's been some talk about the Bensons owning both major sports franchises down in New Orleans. And, you know, at what point do you kind of break that up and give each franchise their own? Because it's always seemed like they manage both with very similar heads, if you will. You saw the Pelicans finally make some moves after another disappointing season. At what point, or what has to happen this upcoming season for the Saints? How bad does it have to go to see some front office changes also to the New Orleans Saints, similar to what the Pelicans saw this offseason? Or is Mickey Loomis is he just got a job for life? You know, because at this point, I'm kind of leaning towards that direction.
I don't know if I'm going to say I'm leaning that direction. Unless something really bad off the field would have to happen. Big media scandals, a rash of arrests, just really poor personal actions would have to happen off the field, basically to embarrass Gayle Benson and the organization. That's the only way I see Mickey Loomis getting pushed out. And I'm not saying that Mickey Loomis is that type of human being, not even implying it. But I think, just when it comes to football decisions, it's not like Gayle Benson fashions herself as a football person, like Jerry Jones thinks he is, like Al Davis was, like Daniel Snyder thought he was, like Pat Bowlen thought he was, people like that. Gayle Benson is a businesswoman. In her mind, she's leaving the football decisions up to the football people. It's just that her football people are people like Mickey Loomis and Dennis Lauscha, who shouldn't be football people. It would have to. There would have to be events that embarrassed Gayle Benson, the person, and the Saints organization off the field for those for a sweep out of the front office.
Dennis really has no say over any of the football operations at all. Dennis is the he manages the club, and I say that in terms of public relations, overseeing improvements in the dome for the Saints' liking, overseeing improvements in the training facility, the business side of running a football team. Mickey's involved with that too, but Mickey's involved with the football side more so than Dennis. Now, both of them were in Tom Benson's inner circle. And, for everyone who's saying, well, it all went to hell when Tom died. If Tom was still alive and Tom was in good health, those guys would still be there.
Yep.
Because that's his, what is the mob term? The consulary.
Yep.
They are his advisors. They are the most trusted people that Tom knows or knew. And there's a reason why those people are executors of his estate. So Gayle, I'm sure Tom told them, take care of Gayle. Take care of everything for Gayle. And that's what they do. So Gayle's not going to fire them because unless something scandalous, like you just said, happens, because they're part of the inner circle that who's she going to replace them with?
Exactly.
Who's she going to trust? She doesn't know anybody. I mean, she may know people, but this is not an owner like Tom was back in 1985 who, would go seek out a Jim Finks. Who's the Jim Finks that she's going to go to? to run this organization. This is what happens with a family owning a team.
Mm-hmm.
The McCaskies with the Bears. I mean, the Fords and the Firestones with the Lions. This is the kind of stuff that happens. And you stick with these people until they're proved to be not good people. And fans are frustrated with them because of the past 3 to 5 years. And Gail's going to go back and say, well, what about the past 15 or 20 years?
Right.
You know, the good years outnumber the bad. In her mind, I mean, you know, Bobby Hebert's favorite annoying phrase is, what have you done for me lately? And it's true. But in Gail's mind, we're going to talk about the past 15, 20 years. And the bulk of it was good. So,
Fun fact, because I brought up the other New Orleans franchise.
I'm glad the Bengals picked that loser, not the Saints.
So am I. You stole my words.
There's very few picks I hate. He's one of them.
Yep.
Because, and he may turn out to be another freaking Trey Hendrickson, and I'm completely wrong. But if you don't produce in college, I can't think of anybody who suddenly turns it on in the pros that gets picked in the first round.
Yeah.
Yep. And you know what made it even worse, and I said it with one of you the other night. You have Shamar Stewart, but you also have Nick Scorton on the other end for A&M, who's probably going to be a second round or third round pick. So, yeah, I mean, you had two bona fide top of the draft edge rushers, and neither of them were producing. So they not only were not able to generate anything on their own, they couldn't even take advantage of a so-called star teammate on the other side of them, giving them less attention and giving them more opportunities. So, yeah, I don't like either A&M edge rusher.
I don't
when
either.
you look at the statistics and you look back at some of the tape and the games that they did produce, was not top-tier talent.
Nope.
Which is also a red flag.
Absolutely. They'd make these occasional splash plays, that jumped off of the film and made the highlight reels, against Alabama State A&M Tech University.
Directional university.
Direction.
What's a school?
Yeah, and I went to a directional university. It now has an adult name, but it was a directional university when I was there. Hey guys, real quick, I wanted to do this. Chris Olave Stan posted this 8 hours ago. Saints draft plans leaked, and it's just a mock draft he did, but I want you to hear who he's got. The Saints taking these 7 picks. Pick number 1, Kelvin Banks at 9.
Yeah.
Pick number 2, I gotta turn this volume down. Tyler Shaw at 40, or Shuck. Pick number 3, pick 71, Eric Alomar, the wide receiver from Stanford. The other third-round pick, Dorian Strong, the cornerback from Virginia Tech. Then he's got your one of yours, I think, Bob, or R.J. Harvey, UCF in the 4th round. His edge is Brian Sorrell from Texas. R.J. Mickens, the safety from Clemson, in the 6th round, pick 184. And then Jalen Conyers, tight end, Texas Tech, to pick 248. And the last one here, Shamar James, linebacker, Florida, pick 254, almost 3 from Mr. Irrelevant. I'm curious to see, because his first 2 picks, I think he nailed. I'm curious to see, and I like Dorian Strong, so I'm curious to see if he gets, how much of this he gets right.
Well, you said you hated the Stort pick, and you don't necessarily hate prospects all the time. I'll tell you a prospect that I can't stand is Tyler Shroud. How are we pronouncing the last name?
I think it is Shock.
I think it's Shuck. It's spelled Shao to me,
I can't.
but they call it. They
his,
say Shuck.
There's nothing about his tape that jumps off the board at me. And if you're drafting a quarterback at 40, your tape better impress me a little bit. And there's nothing about him that makes me go, "Oh yeah, that's the guy of the future."
Mm-hmm.
So I would
the only boxes he checks. Cerebral quarterback who's seen a lot of things. Well, if you're in college for 7 years, you get to see a lot.
Right.
The height, 6'5", the build, what is he, 235, 245, something like that. He's built, and a big time arm. But everything else I don't like about him. He's not very mobile, been injured a lot. The thing that drives me crazy most about him is he flinches in the face of pressure. I watched some of his highlights. Now, this is his highlights. This is not the pictures that you want to see that takes away or shows his weaknesses. His highlights, I'm watching him throw touchdown passes with the blitz in front of him, and he's throwing off his back foot, running away. If I'm going to give Sanders any kind of credit, Sanders stands in there and takes the hit.
Oh yeah,
and lets the ball go. He took too long to throw it, but he did stand in the face of pressure. You cannot win in the NFL if you're going to flinch or back away from pressure. I love him to death, but one of the knocks on Jim Everett was the phantom sack and how Jim was nervous about pressure and went down without anybody touching him. Holy crap. The first time he does that as a Saint, if the Saints draft him, man, it's going to be, if you think the Carr hatred and the Aaron Brooks hatred for the backwards pass was bad, that's what I don't like about him. So I agree with you, Brendan. I'm not excited about that prospect at all. I'm not excited about any of the quarterbacks, but I really don't like how much they're in love with Chuck, because
allegedly in love.
Allegedly, yeah. I just I can take it if you've been hurt a lot, but you stand in the face of pressure and you take that hit and you let that ball go and complete that pass.
He's going to be 26 in September.
Yeah.
How do you take a 26-year-old quarterback at 40? Or I'm sorry, 25, about to be 26. Like that. What was the Brandon Weeden comes to mind when I think of quarterbacks that are like, how did you get drafted? Like you're older than half the quarterbacks in the league.
He was the backup for Justin Herbert. He played with Juwan Johnson in college. And Juwan Johnson's been in the NFL for 4 years now? This will be his 5th year? Yeah.
Something like that.
I know.
I couldn't. That is one that would just drive me up a wall. So I hope that doesn't happen. Rewinding back a little bit, though, I did want to throw this out there when it came to the other New Orleans franchise. Because there has been some, say what you will about the Saints, they have opened up their wallet and tried to make things happen. And we talked about that, Bob, and how much I commended them. Even though the Carr thing didn't go right, they opened up their wallets and they went for it, right? The New Orleans Pelicans are one of 2 franchises in the history of the NBA that have not ever gone into the luxury tax since its existence in 2001. So have never gone over the cap, essentially.
Yeah.
In their salaries. So to all the Saints fans that are upset about a lot of things, remember you're not that franchise. At least the Bensons are willing to open up the pocketbook and try to make it happen and paying some guys. Though the last few guys they've paid in free agency really haven't worked, at least they try. A for effort, C for effort, F for effort. I don't know.
The NBA is so different from the NFL.
Yes.
The NBA is dysfunctional.
Oh, it is. It is 100% dysfunctional. But the NBA is all about the brand. The three things you're supposed to get as a player. You get the big contract as a player, you get the shoe contract, and I just totally blanked out on the third one, but it was like three big things they wanted. But it's the endorsements. And New Orleans being probably the smallest market in the NBA, it's hard to get the endorsements because what are you going to get? Rouses? You're going to get uh, Auctioner, maybe. That's your biggest. You're not going to do Entergy. That's the only Fortune 500 company. So how do you get the big endorsement that you get in New York and Los Angeles? And then the shoe contract. What shoe company is how are you going to be a star in New Orleans and get a shoe contract? What happened whenever they drafted Anthony Davis and Zion? Both of them were like, yeah, these guys don't want to be here. They want to be in a bigger market. And that's why there's so many super teams in the NBA, because they try and draw the bigger market players to those teams. It's so hard you have to pay the we're a small market and we suck tax to get
It's
to
kind of a
attract
luxury
top talent.
So the luxury tax you pay, we're small and suck. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Tampa Bay Buccaneers select wide receiver Emeka Egbuka from Ohio State.
wow.
Bastards.
Exactly. I love this kid.
Well, I saw a lot of mocks of him going late first, early second, and I was like, how is this kid all that far?
That's your younger, healthier Chris Olave.
Yeah.
That's probably going to be their replacement for Godwin. Even though they've been, signing Godwin to these 1-year deals and stuff, I think this guy is going to start phasing Godwin out, and they're going to try and move Godwin to the third wide receiver on his way out the door. I'm kind of surprised they didn't go the kid from Missouri, because I would have thought he would have gone ahead of Amuka.
Luther Bolden, or Burden, he was getting more notoriety. I like Egbuka better as a receiver personally.
Oh, I do too.
Matter of fact, frame aside, I like Egbuka better than Tet McMillan. First of all, I love Ohio State receivers. I mean, you can't go wrong. Secondly, he's just such a good route runner. With deep speed, like you said, he's a more physical, healthier Chris Olave. And I think Egbuka is going to be a big time fit in Tampa Bay. I mean, you mentioned Godwin. Evans is starting to slow down. It looks like the Buccaneers hit one in the third with their third round pick last year of McMillan, the wideout from Washington. And now you get Egbuka to pair with him. Life for Baker Mayfield is good.
It really is. As incompetent as that head coach is, they know what they're doing with the draft. It frustrates me to no end. You got to say all three teams in the NFC South have made a good move to improve their club. Nobody's taken a terrible first-round pick. This puts a lot of pressure on the Saints, too, to find a cornerback.
Yep.
Because you've got two teams now with big physical physical receivers. You need somebody out there now because you lost a Debo. You need to have somebody out there who can compete with those guys. This is, again, why I'm not happy about it. I need to trade back to get an extra pick so I can get room for a quarterback pick.
Yep. You need room for a quarterback. You need room for a cornerback. You need
Mhm.
room for an edge rusher. You still have no linebacker depth. Uh, you know, just the needs on this team don't stop.
No, they don't. They don't. And this is the other reason why I don't want them to trade back into the first, because I don't want to burn assets
Right.
to go get a quarterback.
Right. Yeah. If
I'm
they,
willing.
and I agree. If they were going to trade back in the first, I wanted them to trade back from 9 first to
Mhm.
pick up a couple picks like the
Yeah.
Browns did. And then, that way you're not burning assets you already had. You're basically spending found money on the street at that point.
But I think Carolina not being able to trade out of pick number 8 kind of told you how the league views this.
Yeah.
And you and I have talked about this before. I said the meat of this draft is the second and third rounds.
Yeah.
The top 10 to 12 players, pretty much everybody agrees on. Where do we see the first, pick 13 with the Dolphins, where they reached up and got Kenneth Grant? And it's not even a reach. It's just a lot of people had him slotted lower. But this is where we're seeing how people have their boards listed.
Yeah.
And I said there was so many players out there who I think had similar grades, which is why I was so interested in trading back, because I didn't feel like I was playing Russian roulette in this case. I felt like I was getting, if I don't get Williams, I'll take Walker. He's pretty good. I can do with that. If I don't get Will Johnson, who is still on the board,
Yeah.
if I don't get Will Johnson, I can get Amos. I can get the kid from Texas. There's a lot of cornerbacks I can choose from that I like. So yeah, this is going to be really tough to take a quarterback now at 40 if the draft continues to go the way I think it's going to go. There's going to be a lot of needed players there at 40 that might be greater needs in quarterback, and that's knowing that we've got Spencer Rattler likely as a starter.
Well,
You
think
don't
about
have a
this.
starting corner on the left side. You really don't.
We've hit that part of the draft, though, where I think we can start seeing moves happen. Right? We're at that 20th pick. We said you might see some quarterback action starting at 21, which would force the hand of some other teams. I'm not saying the Saints trade back in, but we're going to start seeing some action that's going to shape the board going into day 2 and going into that 40 pick, or if the Saints move up. Remember, there were reports that the Saints were looking to move up higher into the second round or potentially into the back half of the first round. So I do think we've hit a point where we're going to start seeing some things happen.
Yeah, I do too, but I'm with Alan. At this point, I want to see the Saints sit pat at 40 and not use more assets to move up and what would likely be a quarterback, but for any player. I mean, we just ran down a short list of names that were still available. We could go further. Talk about some of the linebackers. We know the quarterbacks, running backs. Only one running back has gone so far. There's still going to be a ton of talent at 40. If the Saints don't make a move here.
I'm looking at not Kuiper's 5 best. He's got Sanders, Johnson, Hampton, Josh Simmons, who we haven't talked about at all, Michael Golden, who's also still on the board.
Michael
That's
Golden could go
of
to Sean
talent.
Payton.
Yeah. Michael Golden I think this is Peyton's pick here. And I think the Steelers pass on Sanders. I think they take Hampton. And that's just me making a prediction. Which is really going to be interesting with the quarterbacks then, because then if Sanders gets past Pittsburgh, then I think the Giants just sit there at 34. because they're not worried about the Browns anymore. The Browns gave that pick away. You know.
Oh, no, they didn't. I mean, remember the Jags were the one that moved into their spot.
Well, that's right. That's right.
The Browns now have 33 and 36.
Oh, that's right. I had it backwards. Yeah, so the Browns can take one at either spot.
Yeah, and I think they will.
I think that's where Sanders goes. Honestly, I think he goes at 33. I think that's going to be the big drama at the end of today, and they'll all be freaking out. And I think that's part of the reason why Shedeur did not go to the NFL draft.
Oh, I think so too.
Because he didn't want to be the last one sitting in that green room, or one of the last ones. Because I think he knew. Well, Dion had told him, "Look, the Saints aren't interested in you. I don't know what's going to happen to these other teams. They're talking to all kinds of other players. If you get past the Saints, you're going to become the new Aaron Rodgers sitting there, or the new Will Levis sitting there in the room in your fancy suit, watching all these guys getting picked ahead of you."
Right. Here
he's not on TV at all.
You can always leave it to Sean Payton. You can't convince me that Sean Payton doesn't read the media. And the ego on that man, right, which is an ego we loved when he was here.
Mm-hmm.
I am convinced that year after year after year, all us draft predictors saying the Saints should do this, the Saints are going to do this, and Sean would read those and go the opposite way on purpose. I'm convinced of that. Well, everybody talking about the Denver Broncos are going to move up for a running back. They're looking for a tight end. They might be in the market for a receiver. What's Sean do? He picks a cornerback. Jahdae Barron from Texas. Great player, by the way. He's my favorite cornerback in this draft.
Well, the Saints have the the Texas secondary coach, former secondary coach. I really thought he was going to be a guy that if he slipped to day 2, would be the pick at 40. Will Campbell did not run at his pro day, did not run at the combine. I think that's feeding a lot of his slide. That could be even entirely out of the first round, unless the Eagles do something crazy and say, "The hell with it. We can afford to wait for him to be healthy again." But
maybe.
Will Campbell is by far the best corner. He's still on the board, and I really do think it's because he didn't run, and teams are scared of the injury.
Yeah, because people weren't shot. There have been three Michigan players drafted so far, and other than Mason Graham, I think Mason Graham. Everybody expected Mason Graham to be the first Wolverine chosen. Just as many people, myself included, expected Will Johnson to be the second Wolverine chosen.
To the Dolphins, I expected him to go to the Dolphins, honestly. And he didn't, and they took a different Michigan player.
Yeah.
They took Kenneth Grant, which is still a need, and he's still a good player. But, yeah.
All right. Steelers go Hampton, the running back, or Shedeur, the quarterback. I think it's one of the two.
Yeah, and I think it's Hampton.
Let's see.
Holy crap. We're both wrong. They didn't take anybody. They didn't take either of them.
Did they take running back at all?
No. Oregon defensive line Harmon.
Wow. They're loaded at that spot.
See, I was waiting when you kind of gasped there because they just thrown Jackson Dart on the screen, and I was like, "Oh, here it goes." But I guess it didn't happen. Allen just got disconnected. I'll wait for him to come back. So, yeah, it's I don't know. That's a weird. That's a weird way to use your first round pick, Derek Harmon, over two positions we were talking about that they really need, right?
Yeah.
In quarterback and Shedeur made a lot of sense, and it's made a lot of sense lately. And then we were talking about Hampton while you had left to let the dogs out, and how much I thought he had a great fit with a handful of NFL teams. And I thought the Steelers would be another spot like that.
Yeah,
Steelers
well,
fans
I mean,
apparently like the pick, but I don't understand the pick.
I mean, yeah, when it comes to running back, I love the running back class in this year's draft. I mean, I absolutely love it. I think it's the deepest position in this draft. Undoubtedly, the Steelers felt the same way. But again, and I'm not saying they should have went Shador here. They should have went with anyone. It just the Steelers are.
Can you guys
loaded.
hear me
Now? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but Pittsburgh is loaded up front. Now, to be fair, a lot of those pieces are getting up there in years. So maybe they see that.
Well, I think what you said, Bob, about this being a deep running back class, day 2 is going to go crazy.
Oh, yeah. Day 2 is good. Second round is going to be fun.
Yeah, it's going to be flooded with running backs, though, day 2. Well, what do you think this means for the quarterback position as a whole, right? Because as I've brought up multiple times already, that 5th-year option for quarterbacks is always a big deal for teams.
Maybe it's not that big a deal anymore.
Maybe not, because I don't know if I really see a fit for Shador or Jackson Dart. Maybe the Rams?
The Rams are the only fit of the teams left on the board, barring a trade.
Without trading back into the first round.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's an interesting one. DJ says he'd like to see Rattler with the first string offense. I'm in the boat with you, DJ. Why not? Why not? See what happens. I know you agenda people are rooting for that too. Like I said the other day, I haven't forgot about you. Push the agenda piece and tank for next year. All right, guys, we got the Chargers on the clock at 22. The Chargers are a weird team because I feel like you look at the roster and you go, this roster's not super overwhelming, but it's not underwhelming. And is Justin Herbert really like this franchise quarterback or not? We're still trying to figure that out. In terms of being like an all-pro caliber, I probably phrased that wrong. He is a franchise guy, but
You saw that look you got, huh?
Yeah, he that multi-time Pro Bowl, all-pro type of quarterback for the Chargers. I think they think so, but the team hasn't really produced the wins that you'd like to see.
Well, I mean, you're talking about a coach in Jim Harbaugh too. He took the team back to the playoffs last year, largely on the performance of defense and ball control. In fact, the Chargers were threw the ball. They have Justin Herbert, but they threw the ball among the fewest times in the National Football League, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So a very Jim Harbaugh pick here would be his guy, Will Johnson is going to be the pick here. Harbaugh loves guys that he coached, and Will Johnson is one of probably the top player remaining on the board at any position. Yeah, I think they go Will Johnson here.
Makes a lot of sense.
You guys can hear me okay right now, can you?
Yeah, you keep coming in and out, though. You got a bad connection, or is it us?
I thought I did, and I dropped out, and I jumped back in to see if it's better. Am I loud enough for you guys?
About the same.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
But, I mean, I could hear you fine before.
Okay, as long as I'm loud enough. I've been playing with this a little bit to see what happened here. I don't know why it dropped off. It might be this camera that I'm using for this laptop, but I was just going to say this is a very Pittsburgh pick to take him over a running back. They're going to try and win with defense, and this is this makes it that all these quarterbacks are going to be available in the second round. The Giants are unlike I don't want to say unlikely, but the Giants, if they're going to trade in, they're going to try and trade in with Kansas City or Minnesota or one of those teams at the very bottom of the or Washington. Well, Washington won't trade with them, just like the Eagles won't trade with them. But
Right.
someone like that at the bottom of the first round to get ahead of Cleveland and get Shedeur Sanders, if that's their guy. If not, they'll let Cleveland take Sanders and they'll just take Dart.
Just before you got on, we were talking about the potential Jim Harbaugh pick here. I'm saying he goes and gets the guy he coached. He brings in Will Johnson.
I think so too. Actually, I had him kind of taking Kenneth Grant here too.
Yeah, I had him. Yeah, I had him taking Grant. If Tyler Warren or the Michigan tight end Colston Loveland were on the board,
Mm-hmm.
Again, very, very Harbaugh-like picks, but he also loves guys that he coached.
I think Will Johnson makes a lot of sense. I think if Will Johnson is not selected here by the Chargers, what does that say about how teams evaluated the injury?
Then I would say we need to take a closer look at the medicals. Because like Alan said, he didn't run at the combine, which isn't unusual for the top prospects, but he didn't run at his pro day either. He missed some time last year with injuries. I don't think you can doubt Will Johnson's coverage ability. But what do his medicals look like if his own coach passes on him?
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
The memes have started.
The memes?
They got a picture of Shedeur Sanders and it says, "Who want me?" And there's a big old thing. No, 100%. These people are merciless, I swear.
Yeah, they really are. I hate the internet.
Well, and look, I mean, anybody who's been listening or watching, not just us, but literally anybody, could have told you that of the quarterbacks that were projected to slip and be late first round or early second round picks, it was Shedeur Sanders.
Because I mean, Dart was in the late first, second round conversation coming into the process.
Right.
Same with Milroe, and Shuck wasn't even a day 2 pick coming into the process. So I mean, it was Cam and Shedeur. I'm not surprised to hear that. You haven't mentioned anything about our chats, our viewers for a while. What are some of their thoughts, Brendan?
DJ says Shedeur, Mr. Irrelevant.
That would be. I would probably sell my house for that one.
That might go down as my favorite draft of all time because I want a Deion Sanders cam then. I want a camera. I want the paparazzi following Deion Sanders around through every pick after that.
And they keep
that would be
party on one of these feeds. DJ also says it'll be Dart or Milroe. I guess that was a prediction. Who the Saints would, and then he asked DJ, follows up, would you pick Dart or Milroe? If Dart's there at 40, I mean, yes. I'm kind of with these guys though. At this point, I don't know how I feel about this team trading back in the first to get a guy.
No, I don't want it to happen. I never did.
No, I don't either.
Unless they picked up extra mid-round picks by trading back from 9, then I would have dealt with it. But I mean, trading into the first round now is similar to trading up from 9. I don't get the logic behind it.
Yeah, they somebody on Twitter says Dart 33, Sanders 34. which would be Dart to Cleveland, Sanders to the Giants.
Yeah, I can see both happening, and Cleveland certainly positioned themselves to do so. And if the play unfolds that way, the board played perfectly for the New York Giants.
Yeah. It's funny as you're reading these posts from people from an hour ago, and just seeing the predictions that Sanders wasn't going to be there at 9, Sanders isn't going to be there in the middle of the first round, and here we are at pick 22 and pick 23 with the Rams. Let me see if Will Johnson goes here.
No, he didn't. Omarion Hampton from the back from Carolina.
Well, that's about where he belongs, but that's really a red flag.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, I had Trey Amos going to the Saints at 40. I wouldn't mind Will Johnson there.
Will Johnson there, or the kid from East Carolina, that cornerback.
Yeah.
Granted, he's coming off a torn ACL, played at a small school, but still.
Yeah.
Just described the perfect Saints pick.
Yep. Yeah. Hairston from Kentucky is another good corner. Yeah, I love this cornerback class. I was hoping the whole time, that the Saints would grab one in day 2. So, I mean, of course we shall see if they do a Saints thing, but it certainly fills a need.
There's not been a run on positions.
What's that?
There's not been a run on positions.
No, closest is offense. Excuse me, offensive line.
Yeah. Because we're seeing, we haven't seen a cornerback come off yet. No, one cornerback come off, 2 tight ends, 2 running backs, 1 quarterback, 3 offensive tackles and a guard.
2 guards. Zabel came off too.
Yeah. But 2 wide receivers, which is unusual because as much of a passing league as this is, I thought there'd be a ton of wide receivers coming off the board. This draft is laying out well for the Saints to have lots of options at 40. Maybe not, the names that you want, but as far as positions, I just wish we had more picks.
You say that, but I feel like this is the most picks they've had in a singular draft in a while. I could be wrong, but I feel like there's a lot of drafts lately that Bob and I have covered where you're going into day 2 or day 3. And you're sitting there and you're like, okay, they got like 1 selection or 2 selections.
Yeah.
Well, Alan always talks about how, and I agree with you, how key it is to get how many picks you have in the top 100. And the Saints have 4 picks in the top 100, 5 picks in the top 120, and 6 picks in the top 131 because their second, 4th round pick is at 131. So I mean, that's a good area, or that's a good number for this kind of draft. With the amount of depth that all 3 of us have been talking about. So I mean, it depends how you view their needs, and again, I keep taking shots at the wannabe GMs and self-proclaimed draft experts. We're kind of in that position too. Now, I mean, we're in the media, so we have a better foothold, on things. And B, unlike some average fans, we don't make our mock drafts or our predictions based off of who we want personally. We look at the team, their legitimate needs, and their history of drafting. What they value most out of both prospects and positions. but yeah, I mean, we're talking, edge rusher. There's still several good edge rushers. We just talked about cornerback. Love the depth at running back. So, I mean, you could still get a lot of good players here. Again, going back to quarterback, all the more reason not to use
Absolutely.
multiple picks to move into position to get a quarterback.
Absolutely. One of the things I always laugh at when people tell me, oh, well, so-and-so won't be there. So-and-so won't be there. I'm like, okay, buddy, there's only 32 picks in the first round.
Mm-hmm.
You're listing 45 people who will not be there because you're doing it based off of the people
Right.
that you like. The math just ain't working. I mean, it's just, and we're seeing this. You were talking about, a couple of curveballs getting thrown into this draft. Well, we had two of them. With the Steelers, who they took, and the Dolphins taking Kenneth Grant early, and that's all it takes. Someone has someone else rated higher than the experts' big boards,
Mm-hmm.
and suddenly now guys start tumbling because, like you said, looking at needs, looking at where what players they're looking at, these individual teams are looking at is stuff that they have to fill in the first round. That's all it takes.
Yeah.
And that's why I keep expecting this run to happen on a position.
Right.
And it hasn't happened yet.
Well, and on the other side of the equation, I was having arguments with, with people over Jackson Dart mainly, but other prospects too. When I'd mock Dart or whomever else, he 9 is too early to take him. He'll be there at 40. Can you guarantee me that?
Yeah.
If I'm Kellen Moore and I like, going back to what I said for weeks, if I'm Kellen Moore and I like Dart or whomever else, I'll use him as an example, and I like Dart, I'm not playing Russian roulette with the board.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that they took Kelvin Banks when they did instead of Dart or anybody else tells me only this: they didn't like Dart enough to take the chance that he wasn't going to be there later.
Yeah. And I think the lack of trade up activity or trade down activity, because you only have one big trade today. And we thought we were going to see a lot of trades.
Yeah.
Means that these teams have a lot of these players graded about the same.
Mm-hmm.
So they're more than willing to say, I can pass on this round, get another player in a position of need, because I may not get Sanders, but I've got a similar grade on Dart. I might get a shot at Dart. And I'm looking at the Giants in this case.
Yeah.
The Giants are looking at this going, this is falling perfectly. And if Cleveland takes one, we have the other.
Right.
And I think that's what we're seeing in this draft so far, with the lack of runs on positions, that teams are just basically saying, I need this guy at this position. I'm taking him because I look at the receivers as basically the same, or I look at the tight ends as basically the same once the top two were gone.
Yeah.
Quick note for you guys, this coming in about Michigan corner Will Johnson. He has a knee issue that has concerned some teams, and this helps explain why he has not been selected. That's from Adam Scheffner. So knee issues for Will Johnson Jr., explaining some of the fall for him.
Well, I mean, again, when his own coach, who has a long tradition of standing by the guys that he coached, when his own coach passes on him, that's a red flag.
It tells you a lot.
I expect Matthew Golden here with the Packers.
Yeah.
Maybe the tackle from Ohio State.
He makes sense.
Let me look at Twitter and see what they said. I haven't been on Twitter in a while because, like I said, I keep seeing all the fighting.
The most frustrating part of the night for me is we usually, because of what we do, we usually get a heads up about 5 minutes before the pick is announced on TV, and that hasn't been happening tonight.
I can't get
we were
anything
doing
right
okay
now. All I'm getting is people bitching about the Saints pick from an hour ago.
Okay for a little bit, but it has slowed down.
Oh my God, man! Come
There you
on.
go, Matthew Golden, Texas.
I figured.
Does that finally break the streak for Green Bay, or did I miss it?
He said for the first time since 2002. So
yeah, so that is the streak because they didn't do it the entire Rodgers era.
yeah, which I loved.
There was a lot of the Favre era as well. So there you go. Good for Green Bay, I suppose.
Speaking of Aaron Rodgers,
That's an ugly suit. I'm sorry.
Oh God, yeah.
That's a hideous suit. And he's got the big G, which reminds me of the trial lawyer in Baton Rouge, Gordon, who's got a huge G in you see it from I-10 when you drive through Baton Rouge.
He looks like he's shopping at the Cam Newton discount store.
Well, maybe he knew. I mean, I know the G's for Golden, but maybe he knew something because he got drafted by the Pack.
Maybe so, but that suit looks like it would be camouflage on a really tacky sofa.
You know, I think I had that design on a sofa at one point. Maybe not that exact color, but
yeah,
floral design. I'm pretty sure we had at some point. You said something about Aaron Rodgers, though,
Bob. Before my question to you guys, I just want to say, goddamn, these guys have longer walkouts than the performers at WrestleMania, for Christ's sake.
They do. At least the guys at WrestleMania have cool entrance music.
Yeah, right.
Oh, they picked and they gave the list of the playlist of song. No, I'm good. Thank you. They gave a list of what these guys are listening to, for their walkout theme. Okay. Now we don't hear any of this. This is just what they got in their earbuds. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, man, this is like every generic rap song you can think of, they picked out. I'm like, somebody do something original, like the Imperial March from Star Wars. I would totally do that. Or, if I'm a cornerback or a receiver, the Jaws theme, because I'm going to eat. Something, show some creativity. I'm sorry.
Aaron Rodgers end up a Pittsburgh Steeler, guys?
No.
No? I think he does. I thought that for months.
I think he finally calls it quits.
Nah. Too much of it go for that.
I think he's doing the Brett Favre route, and we're going to get NFL Network's reporters sit down his front lawn while he's in the pod. Is today the day he makes his decision? Here we are, day 33. Does Aaron Rodgers come out and decide he's going to be a Pittsburgh Steeler? I mean, it's just that's what it got to with Brett Favre every day.
Oh yeah, it was ridiculous, sickening. And I disagree, Brendan. I think Aaron Rodgers is too much of an egomaniac. He's going to play this thing out for as long as he possibly can, like Alan said. But B, if he retires, people might, God forbid, stop talking about him. So he ain't going away. I wish he would, but he ain't.
He's just one of those guys where it's like he clearly to me, he clearly does not love the game anymore.
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm.
And that irritates the hell out of me.
It does me, too, but he loves Aaron Rodgers. And again, if he retires, people stop talking about Aaron Rodgers.
He can go be on The Bachelor or something. I don't know. Go do that.
And be on a Joe Rogan show as a regular guest host. I mean,
shoot, he's already on McAfee pretty often.
He, the thing about Aaron Rodgers is, yeah, you're right. He doesn't love the game anymore. I think it's stats right now. He
Yeah.
wants to accumulate some more stats. And also he wanted to see where these teams are post draft as far as quarterbacks, because he wants some leverage. If the
Yeah.
Steelers would have taken a quarterback in the first round here and say the Saints took a quarterback in the first round, that takes those two teams off the board because he's not going to be the mentor for anybody.
Yeah.
The Giants already signed, they're all washed up vets. The Browns already did theirs. So, I mean, he's taking a risk that these teams aren't going, and probably his agent's telling him this, that these teams are not going to take quarterbacks in the first round. So, let's just wait and see what happens. And then if the Steelers and the Saints turn him down, which I think they will, then maybe he goes, well, I'm going to wait for an injury now. You might have a JJ McCarthy situation with one of these rookies. So
I don't think the Steelers turn him down. I think the Saints do, but I don't think the Steelers turn him down.
The Saints can't. Well, the Saints don't have much appeal to him.
Just traded into the first round.
Oh, Giants just trading first. I'm not getting any updates anymore on Twitter.
You gotta set them up correctly.
Oh well.
Yeah.
Okay, the Texans and the Giants did a trade.
There's your quarterback.
5.
So we're about to see. Yeah,
There's
Donovan Jackson just went to the Vikings.
Saints, Browns, and Giants are all looking. Want to see who blinks versus who trades up into the first for a quarterback.
So here goes Sanders.
Shador?
I don't think it's going to be Sanders. I think it's going to be Dart.
Ah, damn Vikings made a good pick.
Yeah, it's a really good pick.
All right, let's see what the Giants do.
All that to lose in the playoffs. It's funny. The Texans have been trying to trade up for a while.
Yeah.
They actually trade back. This will be hilarious if it's Dart.
I think it would be hilarious if it's not a quarterback. I mean, it's going to be a quarterback. What kind of story would it be if they don't take it?
The Texans get $4.99.
What kind of story would it be? It would be Saints 2018 Marcus Davenport story.
Ah, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just think here it's just a matter of which quarterback it is.
And they're only showing the Giants war room, nobody else on the phone.
Do they just pan to Shador?
I mean, I called Shador to the Giants last night. I thought it was going to be at number 3, but
in the draft too.
Wait, what?
The Eagles are trying to trade up as well.
And now they have hand over to Jackson Dart. Neither quarterback were on the phone.
be hilarious if it was Jalen Milroe.
Oh, now it looks
That
like
would be hilarious.
It is Dart.
Congratulations,
They took Dart
Dart.
because I'm looking. They're showing now it's time delayed, but look at Dart's room versus Sanders' room.
Yeah, he started getting congratulatory.
Yeah. Wow.
Now let's see if the Saints either stay put or they trade up.
They shouldn't trade up.
They should.
Well, it is going to now be that
I
where
the
it's
Browns are not going to do
finally had a team blink.
to trade up because they got 2 second-round picks. They got pick 33 and pick 36.
Yeah, we
They
said
can
that.
stay put if they want. And even with the quarterback, I think they're going with Jalen Milroe.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's a hell of an ego blow, but I still say Sanders to 33 to the Browns.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if somebody traded back in. Like I said, this is finally the first team to kind of blink. So is there another team that gets a little desperate here? if they really like Shador better than Milroe.
My thing with the Saints and Shador, that's the guy that the Saints have spent the least amount of time with.
Yeah.
Reportedly,
Anyway.
Darts Pro Day. The Saints held a private workout for Milroe, and they've been meeting with Shuck. Sanders only got the pro day visit from the quarterback coach and the receivers coach, who was there to see Hunter.
Alvin Kamara was there too.
Wait, what?
Alvin Kamara.
Oh yeah, Alvin Kamara. Yeah. But as far as the scouts and the coaching staff, they did the least amount of visits with Sanders. It would be very surprising for them to take him. I'm afraid to look at Twitter to see how the Saints fans are reacting to this. I know the Dart people are pissed, but
it is gonna be Dart though.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's Dart. Yeah, the Shador fans are dancing.
Well, it's going to be interesting in New York now because you, like I said at the beginning of this show, is you spent $20-something million on Russell Wilson, another close to $10 million for Jameis for the year.
Yeah, but in the quarterback market, that's really nothing now.
No, it's not. It's not too bad. But Dart's going to sit all year and have two guys, one who's won a Super Bowl and another who was the number one overall selection, to kind of pick the brains of. Or not too long ago, you had another New York team with a similar quarterback room who ended up trading their backup quarterback before the start of the season. That was Teddy Bridgewater.
Yep.
Could see that happen with Jameis Winston potentially, depending on
or Russell, either or. 100%, I could see it happen. In fact, in my article not too long ago, when the veteran quarterbacks that were available in free agency, which are slim and none, basically Teddy Bridgewater, Carson Wentz, and us. I mentioned that as a possibility that if the Saints, for instance, were to decide we're going to roll with Spencer Rattler, but we want to bring in a veteran to kind of provide a little bit of insurance, maybe a mentorship. You can see a guy like Jameis being brought back, someone like Russell. A situation like that. If the Browns, if they were to draft a guy in the early second round, maybe they trade Flacco or Kenny Pickett. Yeah, I totally see a situation like that.
Texans get picked 34.99 and a 2026 third round pick.
Good haul.
That's a good haul because if you look at the point value chart, and this is something that I keep stressing to people, point value charts on the internet, you can pull this up. Teams are pretty religious about this point value chart in the first round, especially. They figure out the math to come up with these trades.
Yeah.
So they're going to be pretty even. After that, it's a little wilder. This is going to be a hell of a market for him to go to. And this is going to be a hell of a challenge.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a tough team. And he's about to lose his coach and GM that just selected him, too.
Right.
Because they're going to get fired. I wish him all the best of luck.
I like the kid. Yeah, I do too. Rams are trading,
him, but not at 9. I like him at 40. I know realistically you're not going to get him at 40.
Exactly.
I just felt like that's where he was slotted. These guys were all slotted in the low 30s, early 40s.
Rams trade to Atlanta.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Who's Atlanta trying to get?
Well, I mean, they had Kirk Cousins last year, and they drafted Michael Penix. Now they have Michael Penix. Maybe they draft Shador Sanders.
They still have Kirk Cousins.
That would be
I know they
hilarious.
do.
That would be hilarious. No, I think the Falcons are going to go for a corner here.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, that defense is just awful.
Yeah, maybe Campbell from Alabama. I hope not.
I hope not too, because he's a player. I love. I
Yeah,
love
I
Deion Sanders.
don't want to face him.
No.
Who are the other Georgia players are still out there? Safety,
Starks,
maybe?
the safety. Yeah.
They got one good safety.
Did they go another wideout? Maybe. I mean, they have Drake London. Maybe they go speed guy. Yeah, I have no idea what I still lean defense, but I have no idea what the Falcons could be
I think it's gonna be
eyeing up
defense.
specifically.
It would be hilarious if it was Shador, though.
It would. It would be.
I think they'd fire Terry Fontenot that afternoon. I mean, this evening if he did that.
I wonder what they gave up.
I
that
was
was
looking that up.
That was a pretty good haul that the Texans got from New York.
Yeah,
So the Falcons
it
gave up
was.
something similar.
They get a third and a future pick.
Okay. Still a solid haul, though.
Yeah, you see, now they're showing on ESPN at least, because that's who I've got on back here. They're showing the reaction and the hugging and the congratulations in the Dart household. When they showed the Sanders household, they weren't like looking around or getting close to Shador. With Dart, his mom had already come over and hugged him.
James Pierce,
the edge rusher?
Yes.
The Falcons take James Pierce,
They
the
gave up
Tennessee
their
edge
nephew's
rusher.
first
He's a
round for
good
20
player, man.
But they gave up a first-round pick for that guy.
Yeah.
2 firsts.
They gave up their 46, a 7th rounder, and next year's first for 26 and 101.
That's overpaying.
Oh, yeah. And if James Pierce's character concerns are legit, they are screwed.
Can you guys hear this?
Yeah.
I
My
have a
son's in here,
Yeah.
So
and they gave up they gave up the
They gave up their
46.
46th pick, 242, which is a 7th rounder, and
Yeah.
next year's first round pick for pick 26, which they used for James Pierce out of Tennessee, and pick 101, which is a 3rd round pick. So, and everything I've heard on James Pierce is that he's got major character concerns. Like his teammates hate him, he doesn't show up to practice, all this kind of stuff.
No one
So he's
showed up to his birthday party.
huh?
No one showed up to his birthday party.
Yeah.
good one, Bob. Thank you.
Yeah, because
That's
Well,
interesting
getting a
because
third-round
I
pick makes that like a little bit better because when you guys first were saying that, oh my
picks, the London picks.
I mean, yeah, early in the draft process, a lot of people were saying James Pierce was a top 10 pick.
Jalen Walker is going to be an edge rusher.
so you now have the Falcons now have 2 edge rushers.
If they keep Walker as an edge rusher, not an outside linebacker, replacing either Ellis or Anderson.
Yeah. So this will be interesting to see how Atlanta uses them because Atlanta doesn't have a 3-4 defense.
Atlanta traded their 2nd round pick this year, too.
Yeah.
yeah,
Damn.
and next year's first.
That's too much. They've overpaid.
Yeah, I mean, one or the other I could see, but wow.
I mean, yeah, they got a 3rd round pick back, but it's a late 3rd round pick.
I mean, as far as on the field talent,
look,
James Pierce, James Pierce is a potential top 10, certainly top 15 talent.
yeah.
So I mean, no question about the kid's ability to play. But yeah, again, that's a lot to give up for someone who slid all the way down to 20. Where are we at now? Slid all the way down to 26.
20. Yeah. I mean, they took him ahead of Mike Green.
I would have
Still
too.
on board. The Texas A&M, the other Texas A&M kid's still on the board.
I would too.
Yeah, I don't want him either. But yeah, James Pierce. If you can harness the character concerns, you can get something out of him. So we're getting, now we're getting some edge rushers popping off the board, which is about where I expected a lot of them to go.
Yeah.
But that's an unusual decision to trade back in to get him.
Mm-hmm. And give up so much.
Yeah. I wonder if they feared the Ravens would go get him.
Possibly. But again, I mean, if that's what you did fear, then you obviously didn't have a lot of confidence in the depth of the edge rushers.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, as far as value or as far as need goes, yeah, I know the Falcons already drafted, and linebacker, edge rusher, guy. But you're also talking about an Atlanta defense that perennially has has among the fewest sacks in the NFL. So I mean, maybe they felt like they needed more than one guy. I get that.
You know who's going to go right here? Campbell, the Alabama linebacker.
Oh, that has Ravens
That is
written all
a
over
Ravens pick. That is 100% a Ravens pick.
Yeah.
And once again, the Ravens are just like, shit just falls to us. I mean,
I know.
It's disgusting how picks just fall to them. They don't panic. I mean, this goes back to Ozzie Newsome when he was GM. He doesn't panic, and he puts together some deals. If he's going to move for something, he knows what he wants and doesn't overpay. And they get these guys that are just, we're going to be looking at this 2 and 3 years from now, like, where the hell, how did they get this guy?
Mm-hmm.
The Eagles are in that position right now, but the Ravens traditionally have been in that position. I'll be surprised if it's anybody else other than Campbell.
Yeah, I would be a little bit too. I mean, if it is, I could see him going defensive backfield.
Mm-hmm.
Either Starks or the safety from South Carolina, one of those two guys. But I'm with you. I see Campbell coming off the board here.
Well, safety would make sense, parting with Marcus Williams.
Yeah. Well, ironically, the Ravens defense got better once they benched Marcus Williams.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, let me see who they projected. This is way back when, but let's see who they projected the Ravens taking.
All right, I got the pick. The Ravens are taking Malachi Starks.
There's the safety. Okay.
Safety from Georgia, pairing him with Kyle Hamilton.
They had the Ravens taking the offensive lineman from Missouri. Who went
Alan, I know you like Campbell as much as I do. If he's still on the board at 40,
oh my God, I'm knocking people over to get him.
Me too.
There are certain players I'm knocking people over and flipping tables to get to him, to get that card in. He's one of them.
Yeah.
Because he could be your inside rusher. He can rush from the outside too.
Yeah.
He's that flexible. Actually, I think he's the ideal replacement for Demario Davis.
Without a doubt. And when I did my profile on him, at some point in the article, I said that he had the abilities to transform a defense similar to what Davis did when he arrived in 2018.
Yeah. It's tough because I expect this draft to be heavy on offense, as bad as our defense is. But that's where they re-sign the bulk of people.
Yeah.
Was on defense. But every mock draft I did, I ended up subconsciously or not going offense, defense, offense, defense, offense,
Same,
offense,
same
defense.
thing. Same.
But yeah, Campbell, I mean, there's so much I love about him. Even his weaknesses are, well, he's more of an athlete than a linebacker. Well, shit. I'll take that. I don't care.
Yeah. And it's not like he has Stephon Anthony type of instincts.
No.
He's just a little bit raw. He's over aggressive, in his reads because he wants to be in position. So it's not like Anthony was, because Anthony was a good athlete. It just took him a day and a half to realize what was going on around him before he'd react.
He was clueless. It was like it was the first time he'd ever played football.
Yeah.
And that's what was frustrating, because he negated all his speed because he was so lost out there. Mark Fields was an incredible athlete, and he had a slow processor because he was unfamiliar with a lot of stuff, but he caught on fast.
Yeah.
Anthony Davis, another bad pick, but different sport. Stephon Anthony, it never clicked for him. It never did. There was jokes. They wanted to do a brain transplant. They wanted to get what's his name's brain? The one with the catfish girlfriend from Notre Dame, the linebacker. Yeah, they want to get Manti Te'o's brain and put it in Stephon Anthony's body, because Te'o knew what was going on. He was just so slow. But Anthony, he needed a brain transplant. Yeah,
he did. Because like I said, it took him a day and a half to realize what was going on and then react to it.
There's so many Georgia players I like. It comes from watching a lot of SEC games down here. But Georgia and Alabama, and LSU too, and I'm not dismissing them, but we're talking at the really successful programs right now, and Georgia is the most successful. Mm-hmm. Their defense is just so fast, and that's all I ever think about when I watch the SEC really elite level defenders, just how fast they are.
Yep.
And then on Sunday, I'm putting on the Saints, and I'm going, God, we're slow. God, we're slow. I'm sorry. That's a pimp suit there. That looks like the inside of a pimp car from the 70s. That peachish pink.
Yeah.
I was being really ugly when they all came out there in their suits. Because especially if you're a big guy, I know the style is the small jacket, the Pee Wee Herman kind of suits. But if you're a big guy with a big barrel chest, the last thing you should be wearing is a small jacket or with the short waist high ends of your coat. I thought Cam Ward was the best dressed out there. He had a nice linen suit on. Very Miami Vice-ish, but with the t-shirt underneath it, but still it looked good because it was a good cut for him. Mm-hmm. It emphasized his shoulder. Here I am giving fashion advice, like I'm kind of fashionista. But, it's just some of these guys, when they put these suits on, they look good on the hanger to you. I get it. But when you put it on, your body does not fit that suit right. And there's somebody, I think it was Will Campbell, one of them had on a Captain Kangaroo meets Mr. Green jeans, pinstripe, but thick pinstripe green suit. And it looked terrible because he was a fat guy.
So we have Alan Ulrich giving fashion advice. The next time I step out for a cigarette, I'll start to give health advice.
There you go. There you go.
Brendan, you're the youngest on the panel, so you'll have to give life experience advice.
Life
Right.
experience advice.
Marriage advice.
Marriage
You just got
advice, yeah.
married.
Right. Okay. Perfect.
Yeah. Bob's on what, year 3, year 4?
Coming up on year 4, yeah.
Yeah. I just hit 30. So yeah, give me some marriage advice.
Um, don't go to bed angry. That's what I got.
Sound advice. My advice always is treat your partner as your best friend.
Yeah. Yeah,
Um,
that's what happens here. We attack everything as a team.
mhm.
Just communicate. I can't believe this is actually slipping into marital advice.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, yeah, Debbie and I treat everything as a team, and she's my best friend. I'm her best friend. And you think about people you've been friends with. I've got some friends I've been friends with since I was in first grade. You don't do those people wrong. You
Nope.
know, you treasure being with those people. That's how it should be with your spouse.
100%.
Yes, we've hit the part of the draft now. We're just waiting for picks. We're finding, scrounging for material. Who do the Lions go to here?
Tyleek Williams, defensive tackle, Ohio State.
Okay.
Interesting. You know, I love the Lions' offensive line to begin with. They've only just gotten it better.
Yeah, and I mean, they needed help on the defensive side. They built their secondary last year.
Yeah.
Added a good linebacker. What was his name? Campbell from Iowa.
Mm-hmm.
They just got more beefy on the defensive line.
I thought they would take Campbell, actually the linebacker from Alabama here as well, because you know you've got Alex Anzalone in there in the middle. How much longer he's going to last? But no, I mean they needed a defensive tackle too.
Yeah.
I said offensive tackle earlier. I mean offensive line earlier. I meant defensive line. I like the pass rushers they had until everybody got hurt last year.
Yeah, and I mean that's what killed them. And in that playoff game against Washington, they had no answer whatsoever when Jaden Daniels broke containment. It was painful to watch.
Yeah, which was interesting. That's kind of why I thought they go linebacker or somebody would sideline the sideline speed, because it was when Daniels got to the outside and when everyone got on the outside, and I get it, Aiden Hutchinson wasn't there.
Mm-hmm.
And he made a huge difference on one side, but I thought for sure they'd get somebody in the second level who could run plays down if they got past that front four. He's not going in the first round. Shedeur Sanders. They just talked about him. Here we are at pick 29, and he's still standing there.
Yeah, well,
no one's made a call.
Talked about Shedeur Sanders. Like Shedeur Sanders is a lock-in Hall of Famer. Oh, how are teams passing on? Okay. Now, again, that's not to trash the kid, because I think all of us have said that he may have one of the highest ceilings of anyone in this draft. But fit's a big thing. He didn't interview well, according to multiple reports. Bob and I talked about before you got on, almost 4 hours ago, talking about, at this point in Shedeur Sanders' professional or soon to be professional career, how much can you disassociate Shedeur Sanders from Deion Sanders? How much of the Deion Sanders circus do you want if you draft him to be number one? If you draft him and he's not your day one starter, what's the media response? What's the Deion response? There's so many factors that go into that. And I look at these last, 4 picks. You have Washington, Buffalo, Kansas City, Philly. None of those teams need quarterbacks. Is there going to be a team that wants to give up something to trade back in the first round, considering what Atlanta just gave up to get back in the first.
Well, and that's just it. Considering what Atlanta just gave up, there is no team in their right minds.
Right, or even what the Giants gave up. I think that Houston got a haul from the Giants. I don't think there's any team that's like, yeah, that fifth-year option is that important to us.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. And especially when if you're the Browns, for example, sitting at 33 and 36, undoubtedly any of these last four teams remaining in the first round are probably going to ask for either both of those second-round picks or one of them and a first or second round next year. And that's too rich for me. If I've already passed on Shedeur Sanders once, I'm certainly not going to give up that much to go get him now. And it's the same with the Saints. I think it's safe to say that the question has been answered, that the Browns prefer the Joe Flacco Kenny Pickett combination to any of the quarterbacks left in this draft, and the Saints prefer Spencer Rattler to any of the quarterbacks left in this draft. That's not to say that either the Browns or the Saints won't draft one, but that whole Russian roulette expression that I've been using for weeks, they played it and they didn't mind playing. They didn't flinch and they didn't blink. They didn't mind playing that game at all.
Well,
would you be surprised to see the Saints trade up from 40 to like 33?
They won't be able to get to 33 because Cleveland's going to take Sanders probably at 33 if he's still there.
Yeah. So, I mean, and with the Browns holding 36, assuming that Allen is correct, and I think you are, Allen, that Shedeur goes to the Browns at 33, the Saints would be absolute fools to trade up from 40 if they want Chuck, or Milroe.
Yeah.
I roll the dice and I sit.
If Sanders falls completely out of the first round, which I think he will, barring a trade up, and I think the trade up happens with either Washington or Kansas City. I don't think anyone's going to want to deal with the Eagles because you got to check your wallet after you shake hands with the Eagles.
Right.
But, I was willing to give up pick 40 and maybe pick 93.
Yeah. Washington goes the Oregon offensive tackle Connerly here.
That's who everybody thought the Saints were going to take at 9, and look how far he came down. Nick Underhill had him going to the Saints. Connolly, he's good. He needs to get stronger. He needs to get bigger. He's not ready for prime time yet. He's about a year away in an NFL weight room.
Yeah,
but you can use him as a third tackle for now while he gets bigger and stronger.
Yeah, because I watched that that college football playoff game where they got just absolutely housed by Ohio State. Mm-hmm. And I mean, I thought poor Dylan Gabriel was going to get killed back there because Connerly and that whole offensive line was just so overmatched against those Buckeyes big boys.
Now, the interesting thing, this is going back to the quarterbacks again. The interesting thing would be what happens if the Browns take Jalen Milroe and Sanders falls past. Now Cleveland's not going to take him at 36, clearly, and the Giants have already taken somebody. Do the Raiders take him there? Do the Jets take him there? That's where the questions start, and that's when the Saints, they really would have to feel really confident that they can just get Chuck, and that's who their number one guy is, and just roll with that and take that chance.
Yeah, because barring trades between now and then, picks 33 through 39 tomorrow are Browns, Texans, Titans, Browns, Raiders, Patriots, Bears. And the Raiders and the Browns are the only two teams outside of the Saints that you can make a logical argument for quarterback.
Yeah, that's why I don't think the Saints are going to make the trade tonight.
No.
So my streak stays. Yay! The only other streak that's longer than this is the LSU streak. The Saints have never taken an LSU player in the first round in 58 years. The highest they ever took an LSU player was they took Devery Henderson in 2004
Yep.
in the second round. That's
Yep.
the highest LSU player. That was a long time ago.
Well, I mean, and everybody wants to talk about the quarterback streak lately. That's been the source of conversation. And I keep throwing in there. I'm like, the Saints it's only ever been Archie Manning that one time during the entirety of the 58 years. But the Saints have also never ever selected a quarterback at all in the second round either.
No.
So if you want to stretch that streak, it's still possible that part of the streak can be broken.
Yeah. Third round was the highest they've ever taken a quarterback.
Yep.
And does that belong to Saints great Garrett Grayson?
I know Grayson was a third round pick. I don't know if they drafted anybody else in the third.
No, Grayson's the highest they've ever drafted a quarterback.
Grayson? Oh man.
Unbelievable.
And
I'm talking about, I can rattle off some names of quarterbacks they've drafted that never suited up a game for the Saints.
Oh, yeah.
Gary Godowski. I mean, guys like that. Ronnie Lee South. I mean, just disasters that you're like, why? Why did you draft him? I mean, honestly, there's only been a couple of times in Saints history outside of this year where the Saints really had the opportunity to draft a quarterback because they did not have one to go to. And the Saints chose, either free agency or a trade. 1997, they could have taken Jake Plummer. Instead, they made the trade for Heath Schuler, bastards. And 2000, there was a possibility they were going to draft a quarterback then, but they didn't have a first-round pick thanks to the Ricky Williams trade. So they brought in Jeff Blake and traded for Aaron Brooks.
That one worked out.
In 2006, they could have drafted Matt Leinart, but they signed some guy with a beat-up shoulder, $60 million for a guy with a reconstructed passing shoulder. It was short.
Bastards.
What the hell?
Team's not serious about winning.
I know. And I can remember that phone conversation because I was at a meeting, a company meeting in Vegas of all places. And my wife called me and she says, the Saints just signed Drew Brees. This was in March. Saints just signed Drew Brees at quarterback. I'm like, with the reconstructed shoulder, how much? 5 years, $60 million. I'm like, oh, there's money well spent. Little did I know. Okay, here's the Bills pick.
Bills go defense or get Josh Allen another receiver? I think they go cornerback.
I think they go cornerback here too. I also think they probably could use a safety. But this will probably be that kid from Missouri, Luther Burden III.
That wouldn't be a bad pick for him.
No.
Basically, Stephon Diggs, but younger with a better attitude.
Yeah.
There you go, corner. Maxwell Hairston, Kentucky.
I like Hairston, but man, you're passing up Will Johnson again.
There's going to be some serious issues.
It's got to be. Him not running really is setting some people off.
I'm also happy Trey Amos is still on the board too, though.
Yeah, I have weird drafts now. I guess they're figuring out what I like. And Trey Amos was coming off the board in the first round. And I'm like, you bastards, why are you doing this to me?
Kansas City trades.
Uh-oh.
That's
You know,
Where's this going?
freaking Philadelphia.
So
Wait.
wait, they just swapped.
Basically, probably, yeah.
Yes, Eagles trade pick 32 and 164 to Chiefs for pick 31. They were really concerned about the Chiefs grabbing a certain guy or what?
Man, I don't know.
That's just
I
funny.
completely forgot that the Cardinals took the defensive tackle from Ole Miss.
Yeah, we were talking. That was another guy not too many people had picked for the first round. Kept talking about him. Oh, he's a first-round talent, but he's going to go in the second round.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, the Seahawks took exactly the guy that I said if Sean Payton was still the head coach of the Saints, Saints would have taken him.
Yeah.
Gary Zabel, who played every position on the offensive line, and he went to a small school. That screamed New Orleans Saints.
It did.
They grabbed this guy to compete with the Chiefs.
Oh, yeah.
To get somebody to cover Xavier Worthing.
Yep.
They still can remember Xavier Worthy just running through them like there's nothing. It's so weird to see a Kentucky guy getting picked.
I know.
And they got a couple of them. I mean, but, Kentucky is not – that's basketball country. That's not football.
Yeah. But, I mean, I like Hairston, though. I think he's a hell of a corner.
That was a nice play. Yeah. No, I think he's a very good corner. Okay, so you'd asked a question earlier, Brendan, about, what if the Saints don't take a quarterback at all in this draft? Here's a nightmare scenario for you.
Great.
Tennessee has that quarterback of the future.
Oh, God.
So they trade Will Levis to the Saints for a 7th-round pick. And the Saints sign Quinn Ewers as an undrafted free agent because he just goes completely undrafted. And your quarterback room is now Rattler, Ewers, and Bob's already looking for the alcohol. And the Tennessee guy. I mean, aside from knowing you're picking in the top 5 next year.
Yeah. The one thing I'm still hoping this team does is go and get a veteran quarterback. Somebody might sit and be like, what about Derek Carr? I think everybody's ready to kind of trade in the used Carr, if you will. So,
yeah. Carr's done.
I think it would be good if they were to go get a guy that Kellen Moore has coached or has some experience with and just bring him in. And again, if your guy ends up being Spencer Rattler for the year, so be it.
Yeah. Well,
the only put him out of the conversation of drafting a guy early in day 2, though.
And I'm joking with Levis, but Levis is under a rookie contract still. Is only his 3rd year. You've just made your quarterback room incredibly cheap. Because all these guys work, and they're terrible too. But you did make you have a cheap room, which is basically what we're saying they're going to do if they draft any of the guys tonight or tomorrow. Because Carr's going to be gone. You're going to take a cap hit, but he'll be off the books essentially. I think if they split it, if they can, he'll be basically off the books after the 2026 season. You just have a lot cheaper quarterback room, which is what you want in a rebuild. You're trying to clear all these expensive contracts. It's just the alternative to say going away from Aaron Rodgers or having to dig in the unwanted the island of misfit toys of veteran quarterbacks that are still out there in free agency.
Exactly. You guys want another Philly pick?
What is
Sure.
it?
Shaheed Campbell, linebacker, Alabama.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The rich get richer.
Yeah.
That's interesting. So I wonder what they just overpaid. Although he earned all that money, but they just they overpaid Zach Bond. I wonder if they're going to play Campbell. Are they going to try and push out Nolan Smith now, and maybe run Campbell there?
Probably. Maybe trade him to the Saints for 3 first-round picks.
Probably. Bastards.
So we're on the last pick of the first round. What have you guys thought of the first round at this point?
And it's not going to be. It will not be the a trade. No one's going to trade up for this pick.
Nah.
I don't think so. But part of me is like, don't hold your breath. Somebody might. But you guys kind of already alluded to it, right? Just the way that the order starts in the second round. Any team that might need a quarterback, you're going to be right there to get one. Is it worth mortgaging a couple future assets for it? No.
I'm sure the Chiefs were thinking about offensive linemen here, and the offensive tackles got picked over pretty good.
Yeah, they did. I mean, you got the 2 Georgia guards. That would be a reach, but I mean, if they're in a major need, then it's a major need.
What about the Purdue guy? Did he go? He didn't go off the board.
No, Purdue kid's still there.
He's kind of. Some of them have projected him being a guard too.
Mm-hmm.
But knowing the Chiefs, they're going to take Luther Burden here because their attitude is, let's give him more toys.
Yeah, I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. Burden, Isaiah Bond.
Yeah.
Trey Harris. Ooh, Trey Harris.
Yeah.
Travis Kelce ain't getting any younger. What if you go for the kid tight end from LSU, Mason Taylor, or the Miami, Florida tight end, Arroyo?
Yeah, I think they want somebody who can get over the middle.
Yeah,
they want somebody. So that kind of knocks out Bond, even though Burden's only 5'11" too. He plays taller.
He does.
He plays a little more physical. I'm just thinking about, when all their receivers got hurt and
Right.
DeAndre Hopkins was the only thing they really had to throw to.
Right.
Once Rashid Rice got hurt, it really, their passing offense really got crippled. And they were blaming a lot of it on, Patrick Mahomes playing, wild man with the ball. But I think they had a lot of receivers dropping passes too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the Eagles are a team that keeps getting richer on defense. Kansas City keeps taking these shots at first and second round, late first and second round wide receivers. If it's not Luther Burden, I could see it being Trey Harris here.
Yeah, and Campbell is such a Vic Fangio pick.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he's looking at this guy as, I can use you like Pat Swilling.
Yep.
This was a good suit, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Going back to
Oh, you
fashions.
finally like one.
Well, it's just a good look. He got a well-cut suit.
It's clean.
Yeah. I mean, he looks a little shark skinish, but that's all right. I
I
can
like
deal
the
with
shark
that.
skin look.
I'm all about the fit.
I like the shark skin look, but then again, I'm the Italian sitting on the panel, so I would.
You know, as long as you're not wearing crushed velvet, jogging suit with a pinky ring and a big medallion around your neck.
Oh, you just wait
Driving
for
a-
tomorrow. You wait for
Driving a Cadillac.
tomorrow's show.
Yeah. And you got your hair slicked back and you're making a phone call from the construction site. We're all good.
Well, and I think it was before you joined us on the air, Alan. It was my first draft cigarette of the night. I was out on the deck and I showed Brendan my yard, and it looks like a construction site. Looks like a good place to dump a body or two before they pave it over in the next week.
Chiefs are taking Josh Simmons, the tackle out of Ohio State.
Chiefs are taking Josh Simmons, the offensive tackle out of Ohio State. So, again, you don't take a receiver. You got your ass kicked on the offensive line in the Super Bowl. That totally makes sense. And he's probably the last first-round offensive tackle on the board.
Yeah, I actually forgot about him.
For some reason, I thought he was gone, and I don't know why.
Yeah, me too. I just kind of forgot about him.
I think it's safe to say that day 2 is going to have a lot more fireworks than day 1.
Yeah, and viewers, thanks for sticking with us. And correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if we were as entertaining as we usually are, and I'll blame it on the lack of fireworks through the draft.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It wasn't a very exciting first round. I think a lot of that is because there wasn't a whole lot of splash guys. It was a lot of, oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
Or,
and
that makes a lot of sense for that team.
and listen, I don't know about you guys. The pick of Kelvin Banks felt like it drained me. I'm not saying I'm angry at the Banks pick. Yeah, I'm not saying I'm angry at the Banks pick. I don't know what I expected out of it. I expected a lot more talking points out of the Saints pick than what we got, and maybe that's
right
why I felt drained.
These past few weeks on what the Saints could do with the pick, whether it was going to be quarterback or whether it was not going to be quarterback. But the fact of the matter is, and Bob kind of said it best, is I don't think any of us really had offensive tackle as like the biggest need for this team, because Falaga last year and Penning played well enough to at least give me some hope for the future. So yeah, I think it was the player that they received is not a letdown. He's going to be a good offensive lineman. But
We hope.
down after like all of this buildup for the last few weeks to go.
I think it fit the rest of this draft. This draft is a very blue collar draft, if that's a good word to use. It's very workmanlike. I've heard the term, they call it a starters draft. You're going to get a lot of starters out of this draft. You're not going to get a lot of stars. And I think that's also what kind of drained it all, because if you draft a quarterback, you draft a tight end, a running back, a receiver, even a defensive and edge rusher, you kind of get in that mood of, okay, it's something different. It's something new. It's something exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Does this, like a quarterback, is this the end of Carr? How is he going to be the starter now? What's the battle? Is it going to be a battle between him and Rattler? And how long does Rattler hold the job? If you get a running back, are we going to be a power running offense? You get an edge rusher. We're going to be a true 3-4 defense. This guy is going to be the guy who's going to have to put the pressure on the quarterback. And you just didn't get any of that. You got a very blue collar Put your head down. We'll probably never hear his name unless he gets called for holding, offensive lineman. And it's hard to get excited after what? 3 of the past 4 years, we've gotten offensive tackles in the first round.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's hard to get excited. Like it's like getting socks for Christmas. Socks and underwear.
Well,
The utility.
that's a comparison, though, because you
I
need
can't
it.
say the word anymore.
You need it, right? You need
Yeah.
socks and underwear. And it's a vital part of your life, just like an offensive tackle would be a vital part of your offense. But it's not anything you're like, woohoo! I mean, as I've gotten older, I get more excited about socks and underwear for Christmas. Trust me.
It's not the page out of the Sears Christmas catalog that you've had circled since the catalog showed up in the mail, and I'm just dating myself with that shit.
You just showed your age because you said
I know,
Sears catalog.
but yeah,
Sears isn't around. I understand what you mean, though. I had the Toys R Us catalog.
Shut up, Brendan.
Hey,
yeah.
Bob, I'm telling you, I understand where you're coming from. Because I had the Toys R Us catalog. And kids,
Yeah, good for you. How's it feel?
It feels young and exuberant.
Look, man, this coming Christmas will be year 44 that I have not gotten a G.I. Joe aircraft carrier that I've wanted. So, that's
So we're dropping the cash.
badass.
We're dropping the Cash App. We're dropping the Venmo. We need donations now so Alan can get his G.I. Joe aircraft.
Oh,
mine was the G.I. Joe Whale, and I got it about a year before I stopped playing with toys.
Oh, this thing came out when I was about 14 years old, and boy, they knew how to sell this sucker. They put it on a blue floor, hardwood, blue tile floor, so like the water.
Yeah.
This aircraft carrier has got to be 6 feet long because the fighter planes that go on it are a good 2 to 3 feet. And it's like 2 fighter planes. You can put these action figures that are 8 inches long, high in there. They got 3 kids around this thing, and this carrier dwarfs these kids. How they got that thing in that kitchen to play with, I have no idea. But as a kid, you see this, like, I'm 14 years old. I'm going, I don't give a damn how old I am. That thing is badass. I'd love to have that. So, yeah, you didn't get that. You didn't get that. That's the quarterback of the draft that you wanted. That aircraft carrier. Instead, you got socks. Socks, underwear, and a toothbrush.
We'll find out really early tomorrow with the Saints picking at 40. At least how those first few picks go. To Bob's point, if they pass on quarterback again at 40, I think it tells you everything you need to know about how Kellen Moore feels about Spencer Rattler.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at least how he feels about Spencer Rattler in comparison to this quarterback class.
Right. Exactly. Well, guys, we're in for another fun day tomorrow.
Yeah.
Another long day tomorrow. I think we held up pretty good for the first 4 hours, Bob. We'll see how we are those last 4 hours on Saturday. But in the meantime, Bob, I know you're going to have some reaction piece or something come out. So where can people follow you in your work on the World Wide Web?
Well, first of all, what time are we going on the air tomorrow? I forget what time. Doesn't it start an hour earlier than it did tonight?
Yeah. Like 6:45.
Okay.
Sounds
All right, folks. So if you're going to hang with us for day 2, make sure you tune in. At 6:45 Eastern. In the meantime, thanks for all of you that were hanging out with us tonight. I know I'm in the dark. I'm up to cigarette 4 of our day 1 draft-a-thon. For those of you that are keeping count. To my knowledge, we didn't invent any new words, and we only dropped one collective F-bomb. At least at an audible level. Couple of spears hurled at alleged media sites, and I think one Mr. Krabs reference. So we'll keep that going. No cups of coffee for me tonight, though.
Same. You
None.
and me both. You and me both.
I'm operating on Go ahead, Alan.
I was gonna say I downed some Coca-Cola while we were on the air, so that kept me going.
That counts.
Yeah, that's my caffeine fix. But I appreciate being on the show with you guys. I'll try and join you guys as much as I can tomorrow. It's a Friday night. I know I'm supposed to go out to dinner, so I might not be there for pick 40, but I'll try and jump in again on that as long as I'm invited, you know.
Of course you are.
We'll get your reaction pick 40 then. You'll have some
Yeah,
time
absolutely,
to simmer and sit on it.
That's going to be, to me, that's the quarterback pick, unless, and going back to what Bob said, if they pass on a quarterback because they've got higher rated players on the board, and we're already seeing higher rated players that are still on the board that are first round talent, and they just don't like the quarterbacks they have there, that's going to say a lot. If they decide they're going to play Russian roulette because they think they're the only ones to have Tyler Shuck rated highly, that will be an interesting turn of events. You know, they go wait till round 3 to address the quarterback position. That would be intriguing. So I'm looking forward to round 2. I really am. I wish we had more than one pick. I really do. I'd like to get back into round 2 because I think corner, edge rusher, both are really good value picks.
Yeah.
In round 2.
I think day 2 is going to be fireworks, a lot more fireworks. Remember, the Saints have 2 third-round picks, so
yeah,
no telling. They might trade back into round 2 if there's a guy that they really like there. For myself, you can follow me. I will not be putting out 6 articles tomorrow like I did today, but you can follow me on Twitter and Instagram at BT Boylan. For the entire crew tonight, I'm going to see if I can do this right. That's Bob Rose. That's Alan Ulrich. I'm Brendan Boylan. Thanks so much for tuning into day 1 of our 5th annual Draft-A-Thon here at the Bayou Blitz. We will be back 6:45 Eastern time tomorrow for day 2. Hopefully some more fireworks. And Bob, I know, and Alan, I know, we're going to have some cups of coffee to count tomorrow night.
Yes, sir.
Until then, you guys rest up. We will see you tomorrow. Thanks so much for hanging out. And who dat?
Thank y'all again. Y'all have a good night.